What's happening, beautiful people? Another Wednesday night, another chance to talk Dynasty rookie mock drafts. In fact, today will be our final rookie mock draft until the NFL draft actually happens, which is kind of wild to think about. Truly a little bit wild to think about. Or will that be next week? I'm not sure. I'm calling it the final one. We'll have to wait and see. We'll play it by ear. But we are about 8 days away from the NFL draft, and I am on time like always. All right, on time like always. We're never late here. Everybody else is just early. No, I appreciate y'all being here, hanging out. What's up, Double Agent? What's up, Zom? Mike, let me know if you're in the chat. Be happy to explain how you can get your team reviewed, my friend. What's up, Let's Go? What's up, Lou? Albert in the building. I see Captain Shots who says 22 minutes is crazy. I appreciate y'all coming here and hanging out. We do have a rookie mock draft for you. I would love for you guys to be a part of it. I would love for you to join. Obviously, step one is to join our Discord. I will say, yes, I was late. However, I think you guys are going to forgive me when you realize why I was late. I'm going to go ahead and assume that a lot of you guys out there do not have The Athletic subscription. If you don't know, Dane Brugler is my favorite NFL draft analyst. He creates the beast every year. I highly, highly respect his opinions. Now, you might be asking, okay, so why were you late then, Zach? What were you doing? Well, I know a lot of you guys out there, all right? No disrespect, but I mean, it's only like $2, I think, or $1 a month to subscribe to The Athletic. But I know a lot of you guys out there are not going to have The Athletic subscriptions, and I wanted to use Dane Brugler's 7-round mock draft for today's stream. So what I did is I took some time and we actually made the little spreadsheet for you, for all you people out there who do not have an Athletic subscription. So that's why I was late. All right, I was trying to help you out, I promise. All right, and if you want to follow along with us tonight, I'll go ahead and put this link here in the chat so you can follow along with the landing spots. I love me some Dane Brugler, huge fan of him, and I will also paste the link in the mock drafts tab in case anybody wants to follow along there on the Discord. But we'd love for you guys to get into this rookie draft with me. First step is to join our Discord. Under the land community, you'll see a mock drafts tab. I'll just say hello. Okay, right here is where I'm going to send the link. It'll be a first come, first serve type situation. We'll put 90 seconds on the clock here. Let's do 90 seconds. I also think it would be fun. I'd love to hear from you guys. I think it would be fun to use Mel Kiper's final mock draft as well. He did a 2-rounder, and it is very fantasy friendly. So I thought maybe for the first one, we can use Dane Brugler's. For the second one, I'd like to do 2 mock drafts. What about you guys? For the second one, we can do Mel Kiper's mock draft. Obviously I have a lot more love for Dane Brugler, but it's interesting to see different perspectives as we're getting closer and closer to the draft. Okay, yeah, but let's make this 4 rounds is too long. Let's do a 3-round, 90 seconds. Yes, that looks good. Okay, so we'd love for you guys to come draft with me. I'm going to go ahead and put this link in the Discord channel, and it will be first come, first serve. I appreciate y'all being here, hanging out. What is up, H. Snively? I see you in the building. What's up, 52? He says, I'm in Mexico. You're the best. I appreciate you. Thanks for hanging out, y'all. Okay, a quick little fun announcement. A lot of you guys have obviously participated in landleagues.com. You've gotten into a land league. You've been a part of one. I am a part of next week's draft, the league that we will be raffling off tomorrow. Very excited about that. It's a high-stakes league. People have been asking for a high-stakes league, so we finally went ahead and committed to it. So I'm very excited to be a part of that league that is going to be drafting on Monday night. It is the Kratos League. It's a $150 buy-in. Big money, high stakes. Again, I will be in the draft. It's very rare that I jump into a real league, but I am this time out. And I will say that I think I have 5 spots remaining right now when you go to landleagues.com. All you need to do, obviously, is first step is to ensure that you're a promo code LAND annual Mother Flocker member. Every new annual Mother Flocker member gets a guaranteed spot in a LAN league, but I can guarantee the next 5 spots to brand new LAND annual Mother Flocker members. If there are any remaining spots on tomorrow night's stream, we will raffle off the remaining spots. All you have to do is enter the drawing here to the Kratos League. If you're a brand new member, the first 5 people that sign up, I can guarantee a spot. However, what I wanted to show you guys is this site continually improves each and every week. I hear feedback from you guys. I hear what you want, and I add it. So, for example, we added Dynasty ADP. We, on the site, will show you real ADP from real drafts. I think this is more helpful than even Keep, Trade, Cut. I think this is more helpful than a lot of sources because you're getting real data on people making decisions in paid leagues. So you can see exactly what the 101 has been worth, where it's been drafted in the past 6-7 drafts or so, right? I also added Dynasty Auction average percentage of budget. So if you guys are out there, we're not going to do any auction drafts again on the LAN channel this year. But if you're out there and you are wanting to get into more auction drafts, you can see the average budget across 2 drafts here in our real leagues. That could be a good resource for you. We added the Orphan Waitlist, league tab to the LAN League site. If you want to be a part of a waitlist to get into more LAN leagues, if you want to take over more leagues, you want to be a part of more, have to be a LAN member to be a part of the waitlist, obviously. But if any orphans open up in any of our leagues, it is rare, but if they do, I will use this spot first to find new owners. And what I just released, and this is beta. This is a beta testing right now. I'm not sure if it's a good idea, if it's a bad idea. I would love to hear from you guys. But there isn't really a space right now where people can create leagues on their own. I mean, yeah, you can do that in Discord, I guess, but there's not like a public site where people can create their own leagues. Now, as we put it here, there is a little bit of a what's it called, like an asterisk here. I put heads up, these leagues are created and managed entirely by members of the LAN community, not by LAN leagues, as in I am not managing them. I'm not paying people to manage these leagues. I don't collect fees. We don't collect fees. We don't manage settings, oversee any aspect of the leagues. All responsibilities, right? They don't rest with me. This is public people opening up leagues that they want people to fill and be a part of. Now, what I did do is when you go to post a league, I did go ahead and put, I asked for your Flock Fantasy username, and I asked you to tell me if you're a LAN annual Mother Flocker member or not. I get to see all the league postings on the back end, and I will approve them or decline them. And then you can see publicly on the site if someone who is starting a league is a LAN member. I think that's valuable because it shows, I mean, our community is very reliable. It shows whether you can, what kind of level of trust. Not that you wouldn't trust a non-LAN member, but, there's probably good intentions if a league is started by a LAN member. And it shows you the exact details, and then it shows you exactly how to find them on Discord. You can find their username, you can copy it, and go give them a little message. Now, you can post free leagues here if you want to post free leagues. You can post dynasty leagues. Very soon, you're going to have, even right now, actually, you can post best ball style, redraft, keeper, whatever you prefer, whatever platform you're going to be on, if it's tied in premium or not, right? All those options are available to you, whatever settings you want to, information you want to include. So that is now available on landleagues.com. It's landleagues.com/public leagues. This is beta. I'm going to test it for a couple weeks. First off, see if there's any interest. Secondly, see if it's a benefit to the community. That's my only desire, is for it to be a big benefit to the community. So I appreciate y'all big time, and hopefully it's something that people want to be a part of. If not, then I will make sure that we go ahead and remove the feature. Guys, we are 8 days away from the NFL draft. 8 days away from the NFL draft. I don't know if you can feel the atmosphere. I can feel the atmosphere. It is changing. I'm excited. It's almost Christmas Day. If you're a fiend out there for the NFL draft like myself, then you will know that this is basically our Christmas Day. We love the NFL draft. We do have a code word for today's giveaway. All right, I am giving away a live team playbook. Live team playbook is basically a customized review of your dynasty football team. If you want that from myself, all you got to do to sign up today is like the stream. That's step 1 for the giveaway. And step 2 is to type our code word, which is 8 days. Just make sure there are no spaces in the when you post that, right? When you post the comment there. So I appreciate y'all big time hanging out. And we're going to jump into this mock draft here very soon. There are still 2 spots remaining. So I'm going to go ahead and post that link in the public YouTube chat. If you guys want to be a part of this rookie draft, would love to have you. One thing I want to address quickly. Yes, I am a Commanders fan. A lot of you guys know that. We just released our new jerseys. New. You see how I'm doing that? Our new jerseys. But look, in all honesty, some people might have questions around my thoughts on this. Some people probably don't care. I do think that before this, we had the absolute worst. And when I mean worst, I mean worst jerseys in the NFL. Before this, we had the worst jerseys in the NFL. Like those white jerseys with the fades and with the grays on this side, like it was truly disgusting. All right. So this is going to be an upgrade in my opinion. I think it is an upgrade. Anything would have been an upgrade though, to be fair. Like anything would have been an upgrade. It was already as bad as it could possibly be. Obviously we go back. These are more like the Super Bowl era jerseys. We don't have any, nameplate on the front. It doesn't say Commanders, doesn't say Redskins. That's fine. I like the burgundy and gold coming back. Those options. You've got a couple options for pants, both home and away. I like that they're bringing back. It feels more like the team that I rooted for growing up than some foreign team I was supposed to root for, right? Like, I like these improvements. I really do. However, I got big problems with this jersey here. I have huge problems with this jersey. Call me a hater, whatever. That's fine. But what the hell is that arrow through the W, man? Like, what in the world are we looking at? How could it be any more tacky? I'm sorry. I don't have a problem with the black jersey at all. You want to continue the black jersey theme? I'm completely fine with that. In fact, really, like, neck downwards, there's nothing wrong with this jersey at all inherently. But what in the world are we doing trying to combine the W and the arrow? Like, why? It didn't need to happen. You could have just used the arrow. The arrow on its own would have been fine and it would have looked sick. Like, it's so infuriating to see like these small little decisions. Like, it's just crazy to me that there is an entire design team dedicated to make sure that this goes well. And still somehow they found a way to mess that up. Like, less is more, people. This just looks so incredibly tacky. And yeah, like I'm that fan who's like commenting down below that I'm unhappy. I'll show you guys. I commented on one of their posts and I was like, guys, really? Like, really? What the hell are we doing? Putting like this physics. If you look at physics, it doesn't make sense. Okay? Like, what exactly is that arrow supposed to be going through? All right, it can't go through the back and through the front unless it's going through the middle. Like, it looks truly awful. I replied and I am that fan. I'm sorry, but I care about my team. And I said, disappointed we used the W logo instead of just a spear. Like, we had so many good mock-ups where just a spear would have looked so incredibly cool, man. Like, what are we doing messing this up? So again, trying to put everything into perspective, this is far better of a jersey set than we previously had. But the W and forcing the spear in there and trying to pretend like people care about the W branding and then trying to bring back the historic spear logo, like the branding there. It's like, why are we meshing those two together? Those worlds should never exist. You're forcing it. It looks tacky. And like, just hire me as a consultant for God's sake. Like, what are we talking about? Like, how did this get through all the steps of approval? It's just like, bro, it's wild to me that there are people that are paid to make these decisions and they make them so poorly. Anyway, I'm sorry to be a hater, but, I'm glad that at least it's, it could be worse. It could be far worse. Okay, let's go ahead and let's get to this mock draft. We are completely full. I want you to take a second with me, okay? We got to do this before we dive into every rookie draft, but maybe you had a bad day, maybe you had a bad week, maybe you had a bad month, maybe you had a great day, right? I don't know. No matter what happens, we are all now at this time in human history. We'll never have this time in human history again. Let's take a second here. Let's just take a deep breath in, okay? and a deep breath out. We are now going to remove all of the distractions of the world from our mind. We're going to have some fun here, okay? We are going to step into a new reality, you and I together. We're going to step into not Craig's reality, okay? Not Chad's reality. No, we're going to step into one of the GOATs of the NFL draft space's reality. That is Dane Brugler, okay? This is the world that we're living in today. We are living in this world. Dane Brugler, who creates the beast, he's an absolute monster, man. He's so good at what he does. He just released a 7-round NFL mock draft, and we are going to look at it pick by pick. I would highly suggest that you become an Athletic supporter. It's like $1 a month to support his work, okay? Now, let's go ahead and skip some steps here because I created a spreadsheet for you guys. Let's look at round 1 from Dane Brugler. So Dane has the Raiders going Fernando Mendoza. No surprise there. Now, this is where things get shocking. I think we all would say this is our favorite landing spot for Jeremiah Love, but Dane has him going to the Washington Commanders. I would love that. That would be absolutely incredible to see him as a Washington Commander. Not only would I love it for my team, but I would love it just in the sense of like, it's the best case fantasy outcome. We can put him in Tennessee and I'm still going to be excited about it. He'll be the number 1 weapon, but in that offense with that type of rushing attack, that will be so fun to kind of see outworked. At 8, he does have the first receiver off the board. Let me just say, I could still be completely wrong and I could faceplant, but I have not switched up on my receivers since December, since version 1 of my wide receiver rankings. And that shouldn't really be glorified because people should be able to change their opinion. So I shouldn't really glorify that. But Carnell Tate's been my wide receiver 1 since I turned the film on. And I watched all 3 of those big 3 guys. He's been my wide receiver 1 since December. He continually looks like he is going to be the number 1 receiver off the board. We'll see if that is the true case or not. He joins the Saints. Honestly, a Carnell Tate and Chris Olave wide receiver room, I believe they complement each other really well. I love that fit. You've got Tyler Shuck there. There's enough targets to go around. I like it a lot. Now, this is where things get fun. He has Jordan Tyson to the Los Angeles Rams. He's got the Rams trading up with the Falcons. Oh my gosh, talk about your Devontae Adams long-term replacement. Yes, year 1, you're going to have to be patient, okay? This is like what we said last year with Luther Burden, what we said a couple years ago with Jackson Smith and Jigba. You're drafting Jordan Tyson with the understanding, okay, year 1, he's probably not going to be some massive superstar breakout, probably can't rely on him in my flex spot, but oh my goodness, imagine a Puka Nacua Jordan Tyson wide receiver room long-term under Sean McVay. Yes, please. I'll take some more of that. At 14, we've got the Baltimore Ravens taking Kenyon Sadiq. We have heard reports that they are likely to add to their tight end room. I don't know if you guys heard those reports, but many tweets came out where they're like, yeah, it's very likely they're going to add a tight end. Do not be surprised when it happens. Is that the first round, second round? Hard to say. Now, Mekhi Lemon owners, lovers, turn your eyes, hide your faces. He is a New York Jet. Could be worse. You do have Garrett Wilson, obviously, that I don't believe you're a better prospect than, with all due respect. I don't think you're going to overcome him as the alpha on this team, but you will be a really good 1B here. Geno Smith, it could be far worse. At 20, we get Casey Concepcion to the Cleveland Browns. He has had the most top 30 visits, excuse me. Now, we talked about this in a previous video, but when a player gets a top 30 visit, it's not always a positive thing. People might be like, why is Jordan Tyson not getting many top 30 visits, right? There are many reasons why an NFL team would bring a player in on a top 30 visit. They're locked in on them. They want to get to know the player more. But one of those reasons, and more often than not, it's because they have questions, right? So typically, the more top 30 visits you get, it's not always the case, but there's typically going to be some question marks a team needs to answer. And Casey is one of those guys who has a lot of question marks from NFL teams as of today. But he's a great prospect. At 21, we get Omar Cooper to the Steelers. That's rough with Pittman and DK there. At 29, we get Denzel Boston to the Kansas City Chiefs. Don't really like this fit personally. I understand it from a Kansas City perspective. They don't really have a Denzel Boston type of player on their team today. right? Rashee Rice is not the one-on-one ball winner. You don't scheme him up like you do Denzel Boston. And, you know, obviously a wide receiver room of Rice, Worthy, and Boston, like those three guys complement each other. We talk about building a wide receiver room like a basketball team. It makes sense. Okay, let's jump into round 2. In round 2, the Cardinals go Ty Simpson with one of their first picks. The Dolphins get Chris Bell. The Panthers get Eli Stowers, which you'd love to see. Malachi Fields is an Eagle. We get Jeremy Bernard to the 49ers. The Texans get Jadarian Price. Okay, so we do get a running back in round 2. I was very curious to see if that would or would not happen. If we have time today, I'd love to jump into another mock draft because we do have Mel Kiper's final draft, and it is a 2-rounder, and he has some insane predictions. It might be just fun to kind of live in that world for a second, but we also do get Dazon Stribling at pick 63 to the Patriots. Into round 3, where Surratt is a Raider, Branch is a Cardinal, Max Clare is an Eagle. We get Delp to the Chiefs, Brazel to the Colts, Ted Hurst to the Commanders. Quite a few names here. You guys can have a look at this on your own time if you like. I love me some Justin Jolly. He is a really fun prospect. Don't love him in Jacksonville, obviously. Mike Washington does go round 3 to the Seattle Seahawks, so they don't go running back in round 1 or round 2, but in round 3, they do go running back there with Mike Washington. Into round 4, where, you know, some notable names like Emmett Johnson to the Broncos. We've heard that they want to add to the running back room. That might frustrate some people. Taylon Green to the Dolphins is actually a really fun fit there. If Malik Washington falls apart, he could have some opportunities early on there. We get Nick Singleton to the Jets. Oh, gross. Katron Allen to the Giants. Damon Claiborne to the Chiefs. I mean, we've already got Damon Claiborne at home, guys, with Brashard Smith, but okay. Jonah Coleman. Wow. There's a lot of Jonah Coleman truthers out there, and I know y'all have had a rough month or so with him kind of falling in consensus ADP, but Dane Brugler has spoken. And he's projecting Jonah Coleman to be a 5th-round pick, y'all. A 5th-round pick. And this is not new. This is not like, you know, Dane's being a meanie head, okay? We're seeing this in a lot of these mock drafts. I'm so curious to see what ends up happening, but what I will say is at least Dane gave him a landing spot where you could legitimately see him become a starter. No disrespect to Derrick Henry, but age comes for every man, even superheroes, right? I mean, I don't want to spoil the boys, but anyway. So at least he's going there. Okay, we got a bunch of tight ends here. Michael Trigg to the Cowboys is actually quite fun to think about as well. You guys can look at the rest of those spots later on if you like. Eli Heidenreich to the Tampa Bay Bucks. Let's see. He's got my guy Jamari Taylor to the Patriots. Le'Veon Moss to the Colts with one of those last picks. So that is the world that we're living in today. Okay, let's step into that world and let's see how it would impact Dynasty Rookie Drafts. Again, I appreciate y'all being here. We are doing a giveaway today, giving away a live team playbook. All you have to do to enter is simply step 1, like the stream. Step 2, type our code word, which today is 8 days. That is our code word today. Okay, let's go ahead and jump in here. Superflex, PPR, half-point tight end premium, rookie mock draft. How would Dane Brugler's world impact rookie mock drafts as we know it? I think the 101 would only gain value in this world. I don't know how y'all feel, but in my opinion, if we saw Jeremiah Love to the Commanders at 7, I only see the 101 gaining value at that point. Carnell Tate goes at the 102. Remember, he was a Saint in the first round here. We've got Mendoza at the 103. Obviously, he's a Raider, which you love to see. I appreciate y'all hanging out here with us. Cameron, I think this is probably a response to Jonah Coleman. He said they all hate him because he didn't run the 40. Like, we already know he was slow. Yeah, we all knew that he couldn't hit the edges in the NFL, that's for sure. I agree with you. What's up, Styles? Welcome in. Good to have you here, my friend. What's up, Dub G? JMO says, just put an arrow instead of the W. I agree, guys. I agree. The Commanders really could have. I mean, it was almost perfect. Almost perfect. But I appreciate y'all in here hanging out with me. T. Gotzi says, saw a report on Twitter that the Jets only have 1 round grades on Tyson, Boston, Tate. So they don't have a first round grade on Mekhi Lemon is what you're saying. That's a bit surprising, but yeah, I didn't expect Jackson Smith and Jigba to fall the way that he did in his draft. So I couldn't rule anything out. I would say anything's a possibility at this point with the way that these players fluctuate in value. Okay, DJC Martin here does go Mekhi Lemon. So we're looking at our big board here. We know that Mendoza, Love, Tate, and Lemon all off the board. I don't know if this is helpful or hurtful. Should I do this or not? What do you guys think? Is that helpful or hurtful to put these colors on the screen? Y'all let me know. Does it ruin the vibe or not? Then we get Jordan Tyson. I am shocked that Jordan Tyson lasted that long. I'm shocked. I mean, in this world, you could legitimately sell me on Tyson being the 102. Personally, I don't know where you guys stand, but I could absolutely see myself being in on Tyson as my 102 in this world. And you're going to have to wait. You know what I mean? Like, you're going to have to wait for sure. I'm aware, but I don't know, man. That would be tough for me to pass up on. I'm here at the 106. We've talked about this a lot. You know, and when I say this, I talk about historical hit rates for our running backs. Round 2 is actually a better hit rate, both for star and superstar status, than our round 1 receivers. So I don't think it's crazy if you get a running back in round 2, and we did here with Jadarian Price. I don't think it's the craziest thing in the world to consider him as early as the 104, 105. So I think that's probably going to be my pick. I'm going to grab Jadarian Price here. And if Jadarian Price goes, you know, there's a couple things that can really improve the value of your rookie picks this year. Jadarian Price going in round 2, or Jonah Coleman going in round 2. It doesn't seem Coleman's really realistic possibility. Ty Simpson getting first round capital. There's quite a few things that could definitely improve value there. Concepcion and Sadiq come off the board. Sadiq went to the Ravens. I love that landing spot. Concepcion to the Browns. At least you can say that Concepcion's likely going to be the number 1 receiver there in Cleveland. So I don't dislike that decision at all from Timbers, or from Zom there, excuse me. Omar Cooper off the board. He is the Pittsburgh Steelers wide receiver 3. That's the most difficult. You know, there's always one landing spot, one guy who's in a difficult position. Right here in this world, it is Omar Cooper to the Steelers. The one piece of hope is that it's Mike McCarthy. It's a brand new offense. You know, you can make a case if you think Omar Cooper is just a better talent than the other guys in that room, but those guys were good prospects in their own right, and Pittman and DK. That's a tough situation for a prospect to walk into, in my opinion. NY Jet says, I didn't realize I was on the clock. Otherwise, I would have picked Tyson, but Lemon is cool. Okay, I want to do a quick little segment here, y'all. I want to hear from you. What have you heard in the NFL draft streets as a rumor? I want one rumor that you completely buy, that you're all in on believing that it's true. And I want one rumor that you completely do not buy. You're like, this is absolute smoke. There is no fire. Okay? So let's play a little rumor game. All right? Rumor has it. All right? I want to hear the rumor that you believe the most, the rumor that you believe the least. As Surratt goes at the 110, I love Elijah Surratt, but guys, if Elijah Surratt's a 3rd round pick, there ain't no way we can be selecting him this high. I love the belief, but you can't be leaving a 1st round receiver on the board with Elijah Surratt instead of Boston there. I'm sorry, Schmitty. I love the conviction though. Cam says Vrabel is innocent. No comment. No comment. Gosh, that whole situation is wild. I can't believe we have that kind of drama. It just goes so deep as well. Like, no pun intended. Okay, let's hear from some of you guys. Dub G says, my coworker is Mekhi Lemon's uncle. He says Rams will take him. I don't even know if that's real. I don't know if I trust you or not there, Dub G. That's awesome if true. Let's Go says, I don't buy. Love going to the Titans or Giants. Okay. Okay. Mike says, believe Love doesn't make it past the 5th pick. So Mike and Let's Go here are on polar opposites, and they're going to have to fight. We'll see which one of them is correct. Patty says, I buy that Mendoza's the 101. I sell the Titans are taking Love. As we do get Denzel Boston coming off the board here. He is now the last first-round pick that has been selected in this rookie draft. We're going to pause here for a second and just talk about the first round. As Eli Stowers comes off the board, he went to the Panthers in round 2. I do love me some Eli Stowers. Don't love the offense, but at this point of the draft, it really is a crapshoot. Oh my God. The first round doesn't look too bad in Dane Brugler's world, but my goodness, the second round looks just disgusting. I don't know that I've ever seen in like a rookie draft cycle where the 201 has looked so gross. My gosh. I'd love to hear from you guys. We're one round in. Who do you think is the best value through 12 picks? Let's hear your rumors first, though. Oddshot says, one rumor I believe the Chiefs like Tyson. One rumor I don't believe is Mekhi Lemon falling. Okay, Mike says, don't believe Tyson will fall to round 2. I'm with you, Mike. I don't believe that either, man. I think that's heresy. Zom says, the rumor I buy is Ty Simpson is going top 20. Okay. I haven't even heard that second one, Zom. That would be wild. A lot of people have the... See, I'll contribute here. A lot of people have the Seahawks taking a running back in round 1 at pick 32. I don't think there's a running back worthy of that. And I think that would be a terrible mismanagement of picks. So that would be a smoke that I don't buy. 9ball says, I heard that JJ McCarthy is good, and I completely believe it. No comment, Forbes. No comment. Cameron says, I've been hearing Bailey at 2 a lot. Okay. Jonah Coleman, 5th round. Cameron doesn't believe it. KC says, I don't believe Love is going to KC. Running back room would be 20+ million against the cap. Yeah, I don't believe that either. I'm there with you. NY Jets fan says, NFL teams are already smitten by 27 in results. New York Jets and Steelers don't draft the quarterback. Cardinals trade up for Ty Simpson. I've heard that one before. I think that's possible. The Cardinals could make some sense there, for sure. That's fair. Okay, I did ask the question, who's the best value through round 1? The best value in round 1. We got a lot of people saying Tyson or Boston, okay? A lot of people are going Tyson. Draft leagues. Zach, you're an idiot. There's no way you can draft CMC in the first round. And I said, you cannot be projecting injuries. Literally any player is potentially an injury away from ruining their year, okay? Doesn't matter what position you play. It's a contact sport, and injuries will occur to every single position, and at random, it will happen, right? And I know they're different situations, but I'm just saying, if you love Jordan Tyson's skill set, do not, completely give up on Jordan Tyson simply because he has some injury concerns. I think that would be the wrong process, personally. All right. Love to hear from you guys. By the way, in my latest edition of the rookie report, we did add some new research if you want to take a look at it. Today's video we just dropped, we talked about some strategies for your rookie drafts, and one of the pieces of research that we've added is individual pick hit rates, right, for rookie draft ADP. This goes for the last 6 years of data, so you can see in buckets what a top 3 pick has hit at versus what your second round picks have hit at. And I think there's a lot of telling data if you're willing to sit down and look at some of this information. I think it's very, very telling to see what your second, third, and fourth round picks are worth. I think a lot of people overvalue their second and third round picks, and I talked about that in today's video. So definitely would encourage you to go look at that latest bit of research. But let's go ahead and jump into round 2 here. This might be a nightmare. This might be a nightmare here because round 2, I just think there's a significant drop off at this point of the draft. Jeez. Ty Simpson goes at the 201. He went to the Cardinals here, pick 34. It makes sense why you might want to take that shot with just such a nightmare draft in front of us. Jeremy Bernard is your San Francisco 49ers receiver, their addition in this draft. So I could see how you could rationalize that pick. Ted Hurst coming off the board. A lot of people upset that I didn't include Ted Hurst in my last rookie rankings. I just want to see what the NFL thinks about him first. There are like 50 random sleepers in this class that could matter or could not matter at all. Truly. I know that sounds like a cop-out, but it's just truth. I do have a lot of questions around Mike Washington. However, I did firmly believe that he was the best bet to make at the 201. He went to the Seahawks in round 3. You can just very clearly paint a picture where you could see him becoming the number 1 running back there in Seattle. So I actually thought that that was a nice steal from DJ there. Round 3 hit rates aren't, superstar status or anything. Like they definitely don't have a 100% hit rate, but a round 3 running back is a better hit rate than a round 2 receiver and quarterback for sure. Cameron says you can't love Skylar Bell and not rank Ted Hurst. I can. Watch me. I'll do it. Scribble says he thinks Price goes top 50. Okay. I could see it. That's a tough one. I could see it, but yeah. Chris Bell coming off the board. Chris Bell in this world went to the Dolphins. That is an attractive landing spot there simply because they don't have any bodies in Miami. When I say no bodies, I mean nobody who can touch it like nobody. They don't have a single soul. I'm on the clock here, and my gosh, it is disgusting. Truly disgusting. Man, has the early second ever felt more like a third round? Not for me. Not since I began doing Dynasty rookie drafts. This is gross to look at, man. Absolute booty cheeks. My gosh, there's not even running backs I want to bet on. This is going to sound... I'm going to look like such a hypocrite here. But in this world, I think I'm going to take Jonah Coleman, man. This is just an absolute crapshoot. An absolute crapshoot. We're going to take Jonah Coleman off the board. I'm going to get some mad hypocrite comments here. But, bro, what are we looking at? What are we looking at in this draft? I'm sorry. I mean, round 4 and round 5 hit rates are not different. They really aren't. I mean, I covered that in today's video as well, if you guys haven't watched, but we've talked about how round 4 and round 5, I really don't think that you should use draft capital as a reason to draft one running back over the other. I think it should be opportunity focused. And that's why in this world, I looked at all these running backs in round 4 and I said, Emmett Johnson to the Broncos, Nick Singleton to the Jets, Jonah Coleman to the Ravens is far more attractive to me. Far more attractive. So, but geez, dude, this is just disgusting. I'm not going to lie. This is disgusting. Versatile says, if Chris Bell didn't get hurt, he'd be a first round draft pick. That's his hot take. Okay, I could see that potentially happening. I can see that happening. Styles, first off, thanks for being a YouTube member here, man. He says, final prediction, Zach. Who drafts Jeremiah Love? Well, we'll see if I go live next week or not at this time, because I just realized, like, maybe this won't be my last rookie draft. I'm not sure. But if I had to put my money on it, I would still say the Titans. Yeah. I think it's Titans or Commanders. I think it's Titans or Commanders. And a lot of people aren't going to like that, obviously. Understandably so. But I'm going to go Titans if I had to choose one. If you had a gun to my head, said, you know what? You have to make a decision. That would be my decision. EJ says Washington screwed up when they got rid of the Redskins name. Yeah, I think it was unfortunately a little bit of a political thing, but what can you do? What's up, Mike? He says, hey, Zach, am I able to purchase a live team review for tonight? My friend, I can promise you we will be going through team reviews tonight. We'll be looking at some trade questions as well from the community. And let me just tell you how you can get your team reviewed. There's a couple ways. The first way, which I would personally say, Mike, is the best bang for your buck, is by becoming a promo code LAND annual Mother Flocker member. I think that's the best bang for your buck, point blank period. Not only do you get the live team playbook, all right, you get the 6 trade question vouchers to come back and ask a question at any time. You get the LAND Community League access. So, Mike, for example, I am drafting in a league on Monday night. I currently have 5 spots available over on landleagues.com. And if you want to get into that draft, which it's very rare that I'm actually drafting, if you want to get into the Kratos League with me, when you become a promo code LAND annual Mother Flocker member, you get a guaranteed access into a LAND League. I fast track you right in. Obviously, you get all the exclusives on Discord as well. So that is the best bang for your buck, is to become a promo code LAND annual Mother Flocker member. By far the best value. The other option, and there's no worries if this is you, for example, is if you're already a member of a different promo code, you know, let's say your promo code Flock or whatever the case may be, you can still purchase a team review through that link tree. You would just do it a la carte. Okay, and when I say a la carte, if you look at that link tree that I linked there in the chat for you, it would look like this, okay? So you would click on that second little, I guess, widget here, and then that would take you, if you haven't already linked your teams, you would need to link your teams here. But then you would select whatever team you want me to have a look at. Let's say I want to look at my wide receiver or worldwide team in the Alpha League. And then you can see, here I am, Zach from Fantasy Land. I will just give you a heads up. There are 3 different options to review to purchase a team playbook. The first one is live by default. That's just your regular tier. The second one is priority pass. That jumps the queue. And the third one is your pro pass, which actually doubles your playbook. And when you become an annual Mother Flocker member, your voucher is upgradable to all of those options. So please let me know if you have any questions or if I didn't answer anything in enough detail. But thanks for the interest, Mike. Forbes says, I don't ever want to see a blue chip running back play their home game at MetLife. I hope the Titans pick him. Yeah, that's fair. Let Go, I think he's talking about the Commanders, say they made a mistake when they kept the same color scheme. If you're doing a rebrand, you need to differentiate what it was before. Yeah. I just feel like... Okay, I'm not trying to get political, guys. As a Redskins fan, Commanders fan, whatever, I don't care what you call it. I can't for the life of me understand how... And if anybody's Native American, please, like, inform me. Like, I'm not trying to be bigoted. I'm trying to understand. But how is Redskins wrong? From my understanding, it was approved by a community of Native Americans. But how are the Chiefs able to remain and do the chants that they do in their stadiums? How are the Florida State Seminoles able to be a thing? I'm sorry, like maybe people are gonna view me differently. Like I'm truly trying to like honestly understand. Do you know what I mean? So I just don't understand, like, how is that possible? We have the Blackhawks in hockey. We have the Chiefs, people dressing up as Native Americans, doing the chants. We have the Florida State Seminoles, which, I'm sorry, but the Seminoles have a Native American mascot riding on a horse every pregame with a spear. And it's freaking badass, man. I mean, I feel like it shows honor to the heritage. I don't want to like steal anyone's culture, and that's not what I'm saying. I just felt like it's like an honor thing. You know, it's like, holy shit, that's badass. Like, let's remember, you know, the impact of this community. I don't know. I just feel like, I just don't feel like it's all that different. Especially with the history of the Redskins. From what I understand, it was approved by the Native American community. But got beef fed that said this, it's a massive L. Am I off here? You guys let me know. Like I said, I'm not trying to be offensive. I know, you know, sometimes you have to toe around different lines. It's not a political statement at all. I don't care what your political beliefs are. That's not what this channel is for. But I just don't get it. I just don't get it. And maybe I'm an idiot. And someone tell me I am and teach me. Okay? Somebody teach me. That's what I'm asking. But I just don't understand. It feels like a double standard a little bit to me. Feels like a double standard. I could be wrong. I'm just being honest. Feels like a double standard. Okay? Got Beef Fed says, I need to let this go. Guys, I mean, I feel like am I not being respectful? I mean, we can't even have conversations. I'm sorry. I respect whatever your views are. I can't share mine. I actually understand. I mean, look, I try not to bring any politics to the channel. People get really upset no matter what I say, even if it's a joke. So I will not say anything else. Everybody's welcome here. Truly. Everybody's welcome. Okay. All right. Let's go to a new mock draft. And I want to live in a different reality here. Okay. I want to live in a reality of Mel Kiper. I think this will be fun. We'll put 30 seconds on the clock here. We'll put 30 seconds on the clock here. We'll do a 3-rounder. Okay. And I just want to live in Mel Kiper's world for a second. Okay. So for the second mock draft, this is Mel Kiper's latest 2-round mock draft. Okay, his latest 2-round mock draft. I knew I shouldn't have gotten into politics or even shared an opinion. It never goes down well, even if I'm like super respectful. But okay, let's move on from that. Let's live in Mel Kiper's world here for a second. Okay. He just released a 2-round mock draft. I believe this is his final mock draft of the year. So I just would be curious to see how these drafts might change if we were using like his world, right? So I'm going to paste a link here in the mock draft tab for you to be a part of. Okay. So it will be first come, first serve for members. And then I am going to go ahead and paste it here in the chat as well. And I'm sorry if you hate me, okay, for presenting the ideas I had about my favorite team growing up. I'm not trying to be insensitive. Truly not trying to be insensitive. I can tell a lot of people are upset about it. I didn't think it was that crazy, but man, I wish we could all have more conversations where there's just like okay to talk to each other, you know? I just want that more in this world. All right. let's look at this. Let's look at this reality. Okay, let's look at this reality. Mel Kiper. This is his final his final mock draft. Okay. I can't imitate Kiper, honestly. Mel Kiper is like one of those guys where if you can't nail the imitation, it just sounds stupid. All right, it just sounds stupid. Okay, let's jump into Fernando Mendoza here at the 101 to the Raiders. No surprise, that is Sharpied in at this point. But guys, I'm telling you, like I feel like Mel Kiper plays Dynasty football because if y'all see some of these landing spots, I mean, this is like the most pro Dynasty rookie draft mock draft I have seen this entire offseason. Mel Kiper was on one for sure. He was absolutely on one, okay? Because check this out. He has the Raiders going Mendoza, obviously. He's got Jeremiah Love to the Titans at pick 4. Then he has the Commanders going Tate. I love it. I absolutely love this idea of Carnell Tate to the Commanders. I think he is the perfect long-term fit with Jaden Daniels. We definitely need a plan beyond, Terry McLaurin for my Washington Commanders. So that's already 3 relevant players in the top 10. Okay. At number 9, love this too. Jordan Tyson to the Chiefs. Tyson has that ability to play outside, inside, flanking for you. He can play anywhere. I think this is obviously a hit on Rashee Rice, but this to me is an awesome fit for Patrick Mahomes. Okay. Then we get at pick 13, Mekhi Lemon to the Rams. I mean, who was it earlier that said that they are cousins with Mekhi Lemon? I think that was Dub G, wasn't it? And I think he was the one who said that, hey, Mekhi Lemon's going to the Rams. We love that. Kenyon Sadiq to the Bucks. Not obsessed with that, but we already have 8 players in the first, like half of the first round so far. 8 of the first 16 picks are all Dynasty first round relevant picks, right? So we've got 16 Omar Cooper to the Jets. I mean, we are just shoving really great players into the top 16 here with Mel Kiper. Then at pick 20, we have Denzel Boston. That's 9 relevant players. And then what else happens? I can't remember. We have Ty Simpson going in the first round. So that is 10 fantasy relevant players in the first round, which we very rarely see. Okay, we very rarely see at this point. Ty Simpson going to the Commanders there at pick 31. And then here's the bomb. Jadarian Price, first round pick. Okay, so that is 11 first round picks. I don't know what Mel Kiper's smoking, but the Dynasty world needs it. Okay, the Dynasty world needs it. Do I believe that Jadarian Price is worth a first round pick? Absolutely not. Of course I don't. No, I don't believe that. I don't believe he's worth a first round pick. Do I believe that the Seahawks are going to make a mistake if they do that? Absolutely. Do I ask myself questions that I already know the answer to? For sure. But this would skyrocket your late first round pick values. It really would. This world, I mean, Jadarian Price is probably a 103, 4, 5, somewhere around there, in my opinion. Someone said it's Mel Diaper with that take. So, look, I think this would be a mistake by the Seahawks. I know they need running back, but imagine this world, guys. This would be crazy. I'm excited to see like how this might pan out. We're going to do this in a second. Round 2, it gets even crazier. Jeremy Bernard, top 35 pick to the Dolphins. That's a great fit for fantasy football. What else did we have here? I'm trying to remember. Casey Concepcion to the Saints in round 2, so he falls out. Eli Stowers to the Ravens. Where are my Eli Stowers people at? All right, are you an Eli Stowers stan like me? Come on, baby. Could you imagine Eli Stowers in the Baltimore Ravens offense? Oh boy, top 50 pick. That's exactly what I want to see. We get Mike Washington Jr., which again with all due respect to Mel Kiper, I mean, clearly he's been in the game longer than I've been alive. But are you kidding me? Mike Washington Jr. as a top 50 pick? Like, are you out of your damn mind? I like Mike Washington Jr. He's an incredible athlete. But he is not worth the top 50 pick. I'm sorry. That's ridiculous. Maybe I'll look like a fool. Maybe I will. Okay? But top 50 pick, we know the hit rates on round 2 running backs are so juicy. It's a better hit rate than round 1 quarterback, round 1 wide receiver, round 1 tight end. It's the second best bet you can make in fantasy football dynasty rookie drafts. Okay? Point blank period. Let's keep going, though. Branch goes to the Steelers at pick 53. Oscar Delp to the Eagles at pick 54. Do we get another player? I think that might be it. Chris Brazzell is the final offensive player to the Patriots at pick 63. So we are going to use these landing spots here. We'll use these landing spots. And I would just be really curious to see how rookie drafts would pan out if this was reality. So let's go ahead and start this thing off. This is a 30-second clock, so the clock will be quicker than previously we had it on. But Jeremiah Love at the 101. I don't think there's any surprise there. By the way, guys, if you're just joining, I am doing a giveaway today. All you have to do to enter is simply like today's stream and then type 8 days into the chat. That's the 2-step process to enter. Make sure there are no spaces when you type it, and you will officially be entered to win a live team playbook. Okay. I told y'all this would make things crazy. And I don't think that is wild to consider. All right. I know this is a shock. All right, to see Jadarian Price there. But I don't think it's the craziest thing in the world to consider. I really don't. You get another running back in the first round. And if you're just joining us, we had Jadarian Price go in the first round to the Seahawks here in Mel Kiper's last mock draft. If they spend a first round pick on him, how in the world does he not step into a shit ton of opportunity? I'm sorry, family friendly stream day one. How? I don't know, man. I don't know how he doesn't. I really don't. Jordan Tyson at the 103. If you remember, Tyson went to the Chiefs at pick 9. Carnell Tate to the Commanders at pick 7. Mendoza was obviously a Raider. We had Mekhi Lemon to the Rams. And now I'm on the clock here. And I do need to make a decision. Oh my gosh. And there's so many decisions that I could make. Oh. Wow. Superflex League. I don't know. Let's explore the idea of Ty Simpson, who went in the first round to the Cardinals. Probably going to bust. I'll be honest with you. Like, historically, guys drafted around here, more often than not, they do bust. Obviously, you have your Lamar Jacksons. Jackson Dart looks like a good example so far. But I don't know, man. I don't know. I'll take a shot on him here at the 108. I want to see how the rest of this kind of pans out. Casey Concepcion at the 109 coming off the board. Let's put a poll in the chat. I'm going to say, in this world, who is your 102? I want to hear from you guys. Jadarian Price, first round. Okay. Remember, he went first round. Jordan Tyson, who went to the Chiefs, I think it was. Carnell Tate, who went to the Commanders. I think I might have to actually go Tate myself. It'd be close, though. Or Mekhi Lemon. Oh, my gosh, to the Rams. Gosh, I don't even know. I mean, if this were to be reality, the 106 gains a ton of value. You know what I mean? Like, if this were to be the world that we are actually living in, the 106 would skyrocket in value in this scenario. It really would. It'd be hard not to get more excited about that 106. You'd probably have to extend that tier at minimum. Wow, I'm shocked. Guys, just 5% of the votes are saying they would go Jadarian Price at the 102. A first-round running back. I know it's Jadarian Price. I guess I'm just a little shocked that there's not more love there. It is so hard to find a running back that you can rely on in Dynasty football. First-round capital. I think there's not enough love being shown to Price in that poll, personally. There's no... I mean, look, we can't say because it's not happening, that's why we're voting this way. The poll says, in this world, who is your 102? So we can't... Guys, vote as if it was reality. That's the whole point of these exercises, right, guys? Snively says, Price, even with first-round capital, the Seahawks would scare me. I understand that. I don't think he's worth a first-round pick either, so I get it. He says, no way he's more talented than Kenneth Walker, and we'll see how that worked out for him. To be fair, I mean, Kenneth Walker was on track for a really good rookie season. A really good rookie contract career in fantasy football, but the Charbonnet thing just completely derailed his upside, right? But I hear what you're saying. New York Jets for Life says, probably more of a top 5 pick now, but I was chasing the rush of Price at 32. Yes, I think it's interesting personally. I think it's worth a conversation at minimum. Scribble says, I hope the NFL draft is even 80% this good. Mel Kiper is on one. That's for damn sure. Okay, I think most of the relevant fantasy players are gone now, so maybe we just have this conversation. Pete says, you mean the Zach Charbonnet guy that's still on the team and would affect Price as well? Brother, Zach Charbonnet tore his ACL in week like 18. Zach Charbonnet is not playing football, guys, for at least the first 10 weeks. If Jadarian Price, a first-round pick, can't beat out Zach Charbonnet coming off a torn ACL, who won't play for probably the first 10 weeks, if not more, and has no long-term contract on his final year, it will be a torn ACL, then Jadarian Price is truly awful, and you will know very quickly that you wasted your pick. All right? I don't know why people are factoring in Charbonnet so heavily into 2026 projections. I'm sorry, I do not see him being a factor at all. And in fact, a player I'm probably not going to draft in any redraft league. Y'all let me know if I'm crazy, though. I could be crazy. New York Jets fan says, I hope this actually happens. Me too. I really hope the draft isn't, like, anticlimactic. I really do. Scribble says, if Nick Singleton went first round, would you take on the 102, Zach? If he goes top 10, yeah. And if he goes in the first round, look. Yes, I'm a Nick Singleton hater. But I'm not a Jadarian Price hater. Yeah, I don't think he's worth a first-round pick. But I don't think he's a bad player. Like, I more have him projected as like a top 64, top 70 pick. Nick Singleton, my grades are far lower on. Like, that's just a completely different evaluation for me. Extremely different grades. So I would probably just call my shot and say, hey guys, I know history says this. I'll show you all the historical claims. I'll tell you what I would typically do. And I would tell you, this is just my player take. I don't trust the guy. And I would much rather, if you have a pick that is typically going to be Nick Singleton in that world, trade it for a player in today's NFL already. So we, as you guys know, when we make our rookie rankings, we don't blindly just look at historical hit rates, right? We heavily factor them in because they're unbiased. But, of course, we're going to put some of our own opinions and flares into our rookie rankings. You know what I mean? Okay, Eli Heidenreich coming off the board. I'll grab Ted Hurst here. Yeah, and look, like, don't get me wrong, guys. Like, y'all know this. I talk about it all constantly. Draft capital is very, very influential. It's the most influential factor when creating dynasty rookie rankings. But it is not the only factor, right? It's not the only factor, that's for sure. Yes, I appreciate y'all being here with us. It was fun to see these different worlds. Obviously, I trust Dane Brugler far more than I trust Mel Kiper. But it's fun to... I don't want this to come off as like disrespectful. Like, Mel Kiper's obviously far more successful than I am, but I do wonder if there's a point where he started to outsource his work. That sounds weird, but sometimes I'll hear him talk about things and I just wonder, like, are we watching the same players? You know, he's really the mainstream guy where there are just so many instances where I'm like, are we watching the same guy? You know, I do respect him heavily in what he's done in his career, but I just find myself more aligned with Dane Brugler for the most part. I really respect what Dane does. Okay, this is your last chance to enter today's giveaway. This is the chance to win a Tier 1 live team playbook. All you have to do to enter is like today's stream and then type in the code word, which is 8 days, no spaces. Okay? 8 days, no spaces. Yes, I appreciate y'all being here. A lot of words about Mel Kiper being said there. Which is understandable. Here's the thing, though. You know, Average Joe mentions, hey, pick 32 is basically a second rounder in my eyes. And I think that context would matter more for me if it was the receiver position, because historically there has been such a difference between that, like, edge of the first round versus top 10. But even a round 2 running back, guys, is a better hit rate historically than round 1 quarterback, wide receiver, and tight end. So even in this world, you can like or dislike Price. I can think he is worth or not worth a first round pick. But if it exists, history tells you it's one of the safest bets you can make, even if you label him a round 2 running back. You know what I mean? So I guess that's where I'm coming from there. Okay. Let's go ahead and let's jump into this drawing. Shout out to Dane Brugler. Appreciate you for being a part of the stream. Obviously, like, he's not here with us, but he had his presence was felt, wasn't it? I think we felt Dane's presence today. 47 entries into today's giveaway. Now, I did see someone, Captain Chronic, which I believe was the gentleman who earlier asked me how to purchase a team review. Let me know if you're in the chat, my friend. I believe I saw you become a member. And I love to get you a guaranteed spot into this latest league. As of today, I have 5 spots remaining in the Kratos League. It is a high stakes draft, $150 buy-in. I will be personally drafting in the league, and it will happen on Monday night. I highly suggest you to go to landleagues.com and go ahead and enter into this drawing. Let me know once you do, and I will mark you off. And I believe once Mike joins, we will only have 4 spots remaining in that league. Anybody who becomes a brand new land annual mother flocker, I will fast track the first 4 people from now until tomorrow night. And if there are any spots remaining tomorrow night, we will raffle off those spots to be in the high stakes draft. Please let me know if you guys have any questions at all whatsoever. And I would really, really love to get feedback on this new public leagues feature on landleagues.com. Guys, all I want to know is, like, is this helpful? Is it something that you guys want? Is it a waste of time? You know, like, kind of providing these leagues, if you will, like a space for you guys to create leagues with the community where I'm not really managing them. I'm not overseeing them. Nobody from my team is, but it gives you a space to, kind of fill leagues. I don't know. I'd be curious if you guys are interested in that feature on the site at all or not. But it is not an official like LAN run league, right? So yeah. Okay. So we have 50 entries into today's giveaway. Let's go ahead and copy those 50 entries. Shout out to everybody who entered. Appreciate y'all. 50 entries to win a live team playbook. Good luck to everybody. Hey, good luck. Look me in the eyes. Good luck. I mean that. I mean that from the bottom of my heart. I wish you the best of luck. Okay, here we go. 50 entries. The wheel is spinning, and our winner of today's giveaway for the live team playbook is 3 Colin B. 3 Colin B is our winner. My friend, if you're watching this, all you need to do to claim your voucher is, number 1, send me a DM on Discord. There's my username. I need a screenshot of your YouTube account. I need you to tell me your Flock Fantasy username. Now, if you don't have a Flock Fantasy username yet, create an account for free, but make sure you use the promo code LAND at sign up. That way I can find you on the back end. That's what she said. Well and truly, no, but that is what she said. No, but I'm serious. Well and truly. Okay, let's go ahead and let's jump into some trade questions for today. Let's find our sheet here. Okay, let's jump into some trade questions. Okay, so Mike says he just entered the Kratos League. Let me look at that on the back end. And yes, Mike is here. So I'm going to go ahead and lock him in. That means we have, I believe, 4 spots remaining, if I'm not mistaken. And let me quickly let our commissioner know that we are fast tracking him into the league. Let's also fast track. Okay, cool. So you are officially in there, my friend. I let our commissioner know, and he should be sending out invites to all the people who are fast-tracked here within the next, I think, 24 hours, around that range, maybe less. Okay, let's get into some trade questions. The link for you to get your team review tonight is the same link that's in the pinned comment. That will also allow you to ask a trade question, y'all. So that link this is where you can click if you want to ask a trade question, if you want to become a member, get into the league, and get all those perks as well. As the playbook, if you want to buy just a playbook outright, that's the link there for y'all. Okay, so let's answer some trade questions. Number 1, Brasky Pants. Brasky Pants in a Superflex Start 10, no Titan Premium. They're sending away Jared Goff, Jamar Chase, Jordan Mason to get back Trevor Lawrence, Emeka Egbuka, and the 101. Very interesting deal. Interesting per se. Okay, so if you made this trade, absolutely Drink Ranch. Yeah, absolutely. In fact, in season, like September to December, pretty much every day we do that. But yeah, every time I'm live, I answer any trade questions that come through. Okay, so if you made this trade, you'd be starting Nix and Lawrence, be Hampton and Walker, but you'd also have Jeremiah Love, right? At receiver, oof. Oh boy. Receiver gets ugly fast. It'd be Egbuka, Moore. Oof. Gadsden. Then you'd have to flex 3 more names. And those 3 names would be Jeremiah Love, like we talked about. Breece Hall. I don't know. Okay, let's just look at it from a value perspective. Trevor Lawrence is the smallest upgrade over Jared Goff. It's very close. Oh my gosh, this is a crazy trade, guys. I'm just going to say that this might sound wild to some people, but what these 2 players are giving me in a Superflex league, Lawrence and Goff, in the span of the next 2 to 3 years, I don't think is that different. So I don't think I would really factor them heavily into a trade like this. And I don't think Jordan Mason really makes a difference. So really, I guess the question I'm asking is, Zach, would you be willing to sell Jamar Chase for Emeka Egbuka and the 101? Man. Man, wow. It's pretty close, y'all. Let's pull the chat for a second. It's a start 10. And I do think that matters. Because you're essentially, what you're doing here is you're removing Jordan Mason from the equation entirely. And adding a legitimately good player in Emeka Egbuka. I mean, here's another way to look at this. You're upgrading to Jared Goff. Okay. And then you're essentially getting the 101 in Egbuka for Jamar Chase. Could you not just then flip the 101 if you wanted for a, at best, Puka Nacua, Justin Jefferson, CeeDee Lamb, Malik Neighbors? You know what I mean? You probably could. I think I'm taking this deal. Slight upgrade at Lawrence. Mason being removed from the equation is great. And then again, your receiver room looks terrible after this deal. But you can probably, because you need more help at wide receiver than running back. But you could probably then flip that 101. Look, you could draft Aaron Mylove. I'm not saying you can't. But you could also flip it for an elite receiver. Like a Neighbors. So I think I would take the trade. I think I would take the Trevor Lawrence side of that deal. That's a really fun one to look at. Ice Doubt Aiden, I think is how you'd say this. It's a Superflex start 11. That's a big boy league. Big boy league needs some big boy answers. So let's have a look at it. Okay. He will be sending away Stroud, Bijan, and Johnston to get back Shuck, Walker, Chase Brown, and Justin Jefferson. Oh, man. Wow. Okay, another difficult question. It's a start 11. So I think that context really matters. And the reason I think that context really matters is because I probably would be less opposed to moving Bijan in a start 9. But let's think about this. If you make this trade, you'll be starting Justin Herbert, Tyler Shuck, or Murray, whichever, right? Then you'd be starting James Cook, Ken Walker, let's say, Jefferson, Egbuka, Laporta, and then you would still have 4 flex spots to fill. And you'd fill those four flex spots with Chase Brown, Kyron Williams, Lab McConkey, Luther Burden. This is hard to say no to. I love Bijan Robinson. I hate to lose him. But I essentially view this as like, let's call Stroud and Shuck a wash. And let's be honest, Johnson should not contribute when we look at a trade of this magnitude and we breaking it down. You're basically moving Bijan for Jefferson, Walker, and Brown, the way I view it. And in a start 11, I don't think you can lose that trade. So I'm happy to take the package, although it is difficult to get rid of Bijan Robinson. T. Gotzi sent me a DM. I'm going to give him a free trade question voucher to come back. He mentioned that this trade isn't relevant. He didn't mean to submit it, so he can come back. I'll give him his voucher back. Waka Flocka. Is that a man? It's a band. Okay. In a Superflex start 10, we are sending away Adunze and 2 firsts to get back Puka Nacua. Let's call a spade a spade. In a trade like this, Coker and Mitchell don't matter. Neither does Woody Marks. Really, what you're sending away, the meat, is Adunze and 2 firsts for Puka Nacua. And if you make this trade, you would be starting Daniels, Lawrence, Henry. Your running back room is not good enough to do this, my friend. Henry, Do you have the 101 or something? You do. Okay. So Henry Love. Then Puka Neighbors. At tight end, you're starting a Okonkwo. You still need 3 flex spots. And I'll be honest, I have no idea where those flexes are coming from. Jameson Williams. Outside of that, we don't know if we can rely on Travis Hunter. Yeah. At a full health team, you are missing 2 flexes. I don't know that this team is a guarantee to make the playoffs because you have to account for at least a couple injuries. If Derrick Henry falls off a cliff this year, then you have no RB2 at all whatsoever. I think this is a very risky trade because you could very easily be selling a top 3 27 first in this deal. So I don't think it's a bad price for Puka. I think it's a fair ask from the Puka Nacua owner, but I don't think it makes sense for your team, my friend. I'm sorry. Mighty Booch, what's up? Boosh would be sending away. Let me have a look at this. I'm just going to drink my tea real fast, Mighty Booch. Okay, I'm analyzing this. So obviously we see a clear upgrade from Nick's or a clear downgrade, I'm sorry, from Stroud, from Nick's to Stroud. I think that's a downgrade for you personally. I don't like this, to be honest, Mighty Booch. I don't like this. You're downgrading quarterback, and your quarterback room is not that good to begin with. So you are going to be starting Stroud every week, looking at your quarterback room if you made this move. Bucky and Nico is a lateral move. But basically what I'm asking is, like, do you want to make this trade, and the benefit of you making this trade is Michael Pittman? You know what I mean? Brenton Strange? I don't think I'm making a move, and Michael Pittman is the reason that it's coming together. Your running back room is not very good, so I don't think you should get rid of Bucky. Yeah. I'm going to hard pass on this one. I mean, if you're going to sacrifice so much, Pittman cannot be the reason why you do it. You know? I mean, at minimum, I want like a McMillan back in a deal like this. I don't know if that sounds crazy to people, but we make it a 3 for 3 maybe, and I send you Travis Hunter, you know, and at least I'm not like a part of that sweepstakes anymore, which no one can really project if they're being honest. A lot of people aren't being honest. And that goes both ways on the Travis Hunter thing, by the way. I'm not in love with the deal, honestly, Mighty Booch. I'm not in love with it. I don't like it. Driston here with a trade. Superflex start 9. So this is a small lineup. He would send away Mike Evans, Kyle Pitts in the tight end room in Seattle for Pittman, Odunze in the 110. I am about as indifferent on this trade as I possibly could be. It's not a cop-out. It's just being honest. I don't think A.J. Barner and Elijah Arroyo should really matter in a trade like this. So really the way I'm viewing this is, would I trade Mike Evans and Kyle Pitts? Look, again, to go even further here, Pitts and Odunze, I don't care which one you have. I prefer Pitts, but it's very close. So would I sell Mike Evans for Pittman, the 110, the 212? Probably. I'm pretty indifferent on it. I think it's fair value if you want to move on and cash in. I know we had a trade that was just submitted, so before I get to these reviews, let's get to Ranch's trade. Ranch would send away the 103 and the 104 for the 101. Wow. 12 team super flex. Let's get a poll going on here. Let's get a poll. This is I think this should be closer than people are. I don't know. I don't want to influence the poll. What do you guys think? I want to give my opinion here in a second. What I will say is if you made this trade, you would be starting Daniel Stafford. Don't love quarterback 2 there. But then Genty Love. You got enough depth at running back with Tootin and Harvey there. Puka, Adunze, Bowers. That's your 7 in a start 10. And you would be flexing Brian Thomas, Jordan Addison, and then probably Bashul Tootin. What you are doing here is you are cashing in on a guarantee, right? Jeremiah Love is going to go top 10 in the draft. No running back ever in our historical hit rates since 2014, if they have been drafted top 10, they've never not hit both star and superstar status. They've always hit it. The list is very impressive. He would have to be an outlier not to hit for you there. 100% hit rate, both star and superstar status. So you're getting a guarantee for sure. I wonder if we could ask for something in return. Like, could you wiggle your way into like a Higgins Burden swap? Could you wiggle your way into a like I'd like to take a shot on like Marvin for Addison. I'm just wondering how you could slightly change the offer. You know, can you get an Olave for an Addison? I'm just thinking out loud here. Can you get a Scattaboo and send back a... I'd go back to like a Johnson or something. A couple counters. But overall, even if they weren't willing to, I probably would take the 101 in your position. I think you can afford it. And if you have injuries and you need to add depth, you've got enough elite assets to tear down from and fill out the rest of your roster in season. So I am fine to take the 101 there, my friend. But I'm just seeing how far you can push it. And the chat agrees, by the way. The chat, over 70% of people are going with the 101. In fact, I might be pushing it too far. Mustard says, don't be greedy. Fair enough. Okay, let's jump into some team playbooks, y'all. Appreciate y'all being here with me on the stream. I currently have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 in our queue, which is awesome. I am very honored and grateful that you guys want to hear my opinions on your dynasty team. It makes me feel like I'm doing something right, you know? Like I'm bringing value to the space, and that's ultimately what I want to do. And when you guys support me by either, you know, becoming a land annual Mother Flocker member or buying something a la carte, you are letting me continue to bring great content to you. That's as simple as it gets. You are very important to that process. Okay, we're going to go ahead and start from the top here with Pack It Up, who, by the way, Pack It Up has been a member for quite some time. I appreciate you renewing your membership. Again, you know, I say it often, but I really mean it. When people decide to renew their membership, you know, I've got some people who have been with me for 4 years in a row now. Some people 5 years in a row if you count Patreon. It's just, I feel a great humility and honor to it. I'm very grateful that, you know, you guys see value in what I'm doing. It's an honor, and I'm grateful that you're a part of the community in this fashion. Okay, let's have a look at this team. So, this is a Superflex 12-team start 11 with the Titan Premium. It is best ball, 6-point passing touchdown, full premium. Went with a strategy of securing quarterback, tight end, and mostly running back so I can roster as many weekly upside wide receivers and just filling my wide receiver and last flex with whoever has the hot week, given the best ball format. Looking for thoughts on what moves I should make, if anything. Okay, let's have a look. We do have the 101 this year, which is awesome. So we will consider that in our review. You are currently in a start 11, right? We said start 11. Yes, start 11. So you're currently starting. Jaden Daniels, Patrick Mahomes. That's a good one, too. That's a real nice 1-2 punch. Ken Walker and Chase Brown. Obviously, we can add Jeremiah Love to that equation, so that gives you a solid 3 to work with. At receiver, I can see what you mean. You're taking a lot of shots on the upside names. Clearly a weak room, but between all these names, I can see Ayuk coming back and having some spike weeks. Tez Johnson in and out of his role. Trey Tucker, Downs, Watson, Metcalf. There's enough there. Laporta, Kyle Pitts in their hot weeks. So really the main names that you're starting are Daniels, Mahomes, Walker, Brown, the 101, Wilson, Metcalf, Laporta, Pitts, and Watson. You're definitely banking right now on some of those receivers having some spike weeks. Not a bad team at all. Oh my gosh, how long have I been on this screen? Sorry, guys. My bad. Okay, this is the team that we're looking at. Thank you for saying something, Bacon. I would have gone that entire draft or this entire team review and not even looked at the screen. Okay. Apologies. Okay, your untouchables are the 101 for sure. I would also say Jaden Daniels should be an untouchable in a format like this. I wouldn't put Mahomes there. He's more movable for me. As far as holds, in this format, Ricky Pearsall, I would hold. This will sound weird, but I would also say Xavier Worthy. I mean, there could be some spike weeks if he really comes back down to earth. Tez Johnson is another name that I would hold. And let's include Devon Vele. I think Devon Vele is well worth a hold in this specific format. If the Saints don't add a wide receiver 2, he is very interesting to me. If you need to clear some space, Jalen Polk, we can get rid of. In fact, not trying to be disrespectful, but I don't really understand why he's even rostered. I don't get why people have hope in him. I also think you can drop Marquise Brown. You don't have to if you don't want to, but I don't even think if they trade A.J. Brown, he's going to be a startable name. But you know what? It's a best ball format. Yeah, scratch that. He's worth holding. What we could probably do is drop Ja'Day Walker instead. I know he's an interesting player with some fun upside, but Hollywood Brown has more upside on a week-to-week basis right now. On the waiver wire, there really is no one I'm that interested in, so you don't need to focus there. Okay, overall team grade as of today. Not a bad team. I'd probably go B, just like a B flat. I don't think this is like some superior team. You certainly have your weaknesses, but there's plenty of heavy hitters all the way around. I do think you're a contender. No doubt about that. You have enough pieces to go out in a best ball format and piece together a team every week. I would give your draft capital grade an A flat. I know that sounds weird. You know, you're like, wait, I don't have many picks. I only have my own first next year. But when you have the 101, it really is so impactful. Like, I would rather have the 101 than like 4 late firsts this year and 6 second rounders. It's just what you can do with your roster and the impact that it can make is just far greater, in my humble opinion. Mason says, I need to do a better job looking at waivers when I check out teams. I just assume there's nobody on waivers in Dynasty Leagues. Yeah, most of the time that is the case. What I find with these team reviews, Mason, is it helps me know what players I need to rank properly. There's so many players that I see on people's teams, and I'm like, oh, yeah, I haven't ranked that guy. I mean, for example, in this review, I do think Amari DiMercato was like worth being ranked. He's probably the RB2 in Kansas City right now. But yeah, at the 101, you're going to draft Jeremiah Love here. The only way you don't draft Jeremiah Love, like if you trade him, you're going to need a Gibbs back. You're going to need a Bijan, and that's not going to happen. So there's no point in not taking Jeremiah Love. I do think in a best ball format, you could make the argument of, do you trade the 101 for some decent pieces and, chase the upside each week? But I still think even in a format like this, you need those hammers that can consistently put up big numbers for you. So I wouldn't really be that interested in moving on from Jeremiah Love. Now, I do think with that 210 to 211 range, look, it's too early to tell you exactly what names are going to be available there. Rough estimate, like really, really rough estimate. Some names that I like that could be like Damon Claiborne, Branch, Le'Veon Moss, Jamari Taylor, Nick Singleton. It's just there could be probably 30 names at that point, and that's not an exaggeration. Go best player available in the late fourth. What I would rather do, what I really want to focus on here is nail Jeremiah Love, and then with that 210 to 11, let's go after some vet flexes. All right, and what I mean by vet flex, like the bottom of the barrel, right? We're just in a best ball format here. We don't need to worry about when we're going to start these guys because the format really takes care of it for us. So, for example, I'm thinking like a Chris Godwin at this range. He's not sexy at all whatsoever. Plenty of question marks. Cortland Sutton after the Waddle trade. I'm sure he's more affordable at this point. J.K. Dobbins, Tyler Algier. I can't guarantee that you could nail these names, but those are the type of names I think it would just be nice to add some more bodies in a format like this. Wan'Dale's probably too expensive. Matthew Golden, right? Matthew Golden, Parker Washington, another name. Those are some names that make sense to me. What did I just say? Matthew Golden, Parker Washington. And then at the 410, I really don't have a plan for you, man. It's not really worth much, that pick in the trade market. But Bacon says, will we nailing these guys? You know what I mean. All right, you know what I mean. We've already said some controversial things on the stream, so let's just leave that up to your interpretation. I need to get back into my safe zone here before I get canceled. Okay. So, what I would like to explore is maybe a Patrick Mahomes tear down. In a format like this, I'm really not opposed to it if it's on the table. And to be honest, like I would consider selling Michael Wilson. I'm not saying you have to. I'm just not sold. I'm not sold on Michael Wilson. I think there's regression across the board. I don't think the team is going to give up on Marvin Harrison. And ultimately, I'm not really sure I want the second best weapon in Arizona through the air anyway. Now, what we didn't do is pop up your pathway, but you are a contender. We mentioned that. Pack it up. Okay. So Patrick Mahomes, for example, I think this is where we can maybe add a little bit more depth, right? So I would be happy to tear down to the following names. Let's just go team by team, and I'll look at these names. I'm not going to do Darnold. That's too far. Burrow is not going to net anything. Lamar is not going to net anything. Dak Prescott would be awesome. I don't even know if this is hypothetically possible, but Dak Prescott plus Luther Burden would be awesome. I'm wondering, you would definitely need to send something back to make that work. And it needs to be somewhat attractive. Maybe your 27-second starts a conversation. This might be too expensive. they might not be that interested. The problem is, we're not going to do it for Terry McLaurin. I would do it for Josh Jacobs in this format, I think, though. Yeah, I'm just trying to think logically through that one. Dak Prescott and Josh Jacobs in best ball format. Would I be opposed to that? Don't think so. So let's go ahead and put that one on the board as well. Dak Prescott plus Josh Jacobs would be the package we would be looking for there. Okay. Not perfect. I love the Luther Burden idea. Okay. Let's keep going here. Not going to do Daniel Jones or Jordan Love. Jared Goff is perfect. Jared Goff, A.J. Brown. Jared Goff, T. Higgins. Jared Goff, T. Higgins is awesome. Okay. Jared Goff plus T. Higgins. Again, is that possible? Not sure. Do you need to send a second? Do you need to send your 210? Let's just start a conversation. We want to get you in as many doors as we can. And also, this team, I would like to compete with your team. And in order to do that, you're going to have to look at, when exactly will Mahomes be available anyway. I'm not opposed to like a Purdy Evans idea. Brock Purdy plus Mike Evans. I like that stack. I just wonder if you could get something on top. Like, could we turn Michael Wilson into Lab McConkey here? Lab McConkey. That's funny. Michael Wilson. I'm just thinking out loud. We might be pushing too far, but I want to give you the scope of all the possibilities there. Right? Okay, so that was our original trade right there. Okay, I love Brock Purdy this year. You could also do maybe more realistically there is Baker Mayfield's Lab McConkey. That's nice. Baker Mayfield plus Lab McConkey. I think that's possible to pull off. Okay, let's keep looking. Obviously, it is a difficult offseason to sell Mahomes, so couldn't really guarantee you exactly what net is possible. Lawrence is going to be hard, but Trevor Lawrence, Zay, I would do in a heartbeat. Trevor Lawrence plus Zay Flowers. Problem is, I feel like Lawrence and Mahomes are going too close to each other in startups right now. That's not very realistic. You're definitely going to have to add at least a 27-second there. Dart and DJ Moore, I would do. I think a lot of people are going to view that as too risky, but Jackson Dart plus DJ Moore would be enough for me, considering we're trying to go out there and win a championship right now. Okay. Michael Wilson. Look, you don't need to move on from Michael Wilson. If you're a Michael Wilson guy, I've got nothing but respect for that. But there's just like a group of names I would pivot to if I could. For example, turning him into a Jordan Addison. I think that's like perfect, especially in this type of format. In my opinion, it's perfect. Turning him into DJ Moore, like that type of name. You could also go like Devontae Adams and do a pick swap where you get the benefit. Mike Evans with the pick swap and get the benefit. So, I like that game plan though. You've got a great team. You don't really have to make a move right now. You can go into the season adding Jeremiah Love, maybe using that 210 on one of those names. I mean, imagine you were able to just send the 210, the 211. You got back like a Sutton and an Algier, or a Parker Washington and a Dobbins or something. I mean, that would be perfect. You know what I mean? You wouldn't even really need to add anything beyond that. So that's probably the most ideal outcome. All right, 1 second. Sorry, my wife is being an awesome wife and asking me if I want a drink from a local Japanese cafe. So I will say yes, please. Thank you, babe. Okay. That's my game plan for your team, though. Pack it up. I appreciate you letting me look at the squad. As always, you know you've been a member for a hot minute. You're going to get your team playbook here within the next 3 to 4 business days. Shout out to Kate. She is killing the game with graphics and keeping up with your playbook. So I appreciate y'all big time for showing some love. Let's jump into our next review here from Dan the Man. Mason likes the Washington call. You'd love to see it. I think in this format, right? Yeah, I agree. Like it's just easier to take that risk. But I am not going to lie. I'm statting out the Jacksonville receiver room. And my gosh, there is not a receiver room I'm finding more difficult to project this year than Jacksonville. Okay, this is a Superflex 12-team start 11. It's a big boy lineup. This is the rolling deep starting lineup we got there. And let me tell y'all, this is not for the faint of heart, okay? He says, it's an orphan I took over. Where do I start? Okay, so Dan, an orphan league, and you are ranked. Dan B is the name. Am I losing my mind? I don't see any team named Dan B here. Uh-oh. Let me check the back end. Hopefully I have more information. No, there's no team named Dan B. I don't know. This hasn't happened before. Unless I'm crazy. Am I crazy, guys? Is Dan in the chat? I do not see a team name aligned with the... Okay. I'm sorry to disrupt the stream here. I might just need to send a little inquiry to our devs. I'll just say team name not showing on review. I can't find this team name anywhere amongst the options. I don't know what else to say. I mean, that makes sense, right, guys? Okay, let's go ahead and send that to them. Okay, Dan, if you're in the building, please let me know. I want to make sure and give you a good review, but I also don't know how to at this present moment because there's something that's not aligning, but we will figure it out. Okay, let's go to Waka. Waka Flocka. Is that a band? That's a man. Anybody know? Anybody know? Interesting per se. Okay, let's go to Waka here. What's up, Waka? All right, Waka. Team name is the Alpha. So you've asserted yourself in your league. You know, you said, I just want you guys to know I am the Alpha. Which I love. Superflex start 10 here is what we've got. We've got the middle ground, so that is our most common lineup that we see in a Superflex format. Your team is currently ranked 5th, and the website has at quarterback, you ranked 5th, 11th at running back, oh no, 6th at receiver, 10th at tight end. We'll have a look. You said first year in Dynasty, don't know what to do. Drafting love at the 101 and deciding to use my picks or keeping. What should I do? Okay, well, first off, welcome to the community, Waka. Dynasty might seem crazy and overwhelming, but once you wrap your head around it, I'm positive you'll love it. And obviously, I am here to help you get on the right track and really love the game. I'm noticing that you have the 101. However, that's it. That's okay. I'd rather be in this position than the majority of the teams that I see where, you know, if we have any picks, it's the 101. That's a very advantageous position. However, what I'm instantly noticing is that you do not have your own 2027 first round pick, which means we need to be a Windows open pathway, which essentially is these teams are teams that have no incentive not to win right now. For example, if you go out this year, Waka, and you finish in 8th place, you're not going to benefit from being a bad team. Whoever has your pick is going to benefit from being a bad team. That's not helpful to us. Okay. Let's have a look at the roster, though. We are starting Daniels, Lawrence. Not bad. Hate your quarterback 3, though. Then I'm guessing Jeremiah Love, Derrick Henry. Then we're starting Neighbors, Adunze, Chig. Ooh. Jameson. Man, we are really missing flexes. We have a huge need at depth. Huge need at running back. We have the 101. I think you are a team where I would probably explore a trade of the 101. You're going to have to tear down from Daniels, the 101, or Neighbors here, in my opinion. You've kind of put yourself in a corner here, to be honest. You don't own your future right now. It's not an awful team, but I think you are much more C flat than you are, a B or an A. But you have an impactful pick at the 101. Your untouchables are Jaden Daniels in this league, Malik Neighbors. Those are your 2 untouchables. If you don't want to move the 101, then you would need to move one of those 2 names. Players that you should hold, Tank Bigsby, in my opinion, could be a handcuff league winner if things go right. If Saquon goes down, not wishing that, obviously. I would also hold Travis Hunter. Just at this moment, I don't think he's worth selling. What are you going to get? A second in 2026? Not attractive to me. I'd also hold Brandon Ayuk. I do think he gets signed somewhere. And I do believe that's probably going to be Washington. And I want to see where that goes. I'd say Terrence Ferguson also worth a hold at this point. A lot of people are out on him since the signing of old man Tyler Higbee, but I don't think his career is over. If you want to drop players, I would probably drop Anthony Richardson, which might sound strange, but I really struggle to see a scenario in which Richardson is... I feel like it's basically Trey Lance at this point. I'm sorry if that's offensive to anybody, but I don't know why you'd be offended by that, actually. On the waiver wire, if you already have Emmanuel Wilson, you might as well pick up George Halani. You know what I mean? Like, you might as well roster him and potentially have that backfield covered. I also like DJ Giddens, personally, as the RB2 handcuff to Taylor. I think he should be rostered until we see what the draft looks like. Okay, let's jump into the war room here. You've got the 101, and that's it. So the game plan's not going to be that difficult. You need a running back. If you stick and pick, you're taking Jeremiah Love. However, I would explore the idea of tiering down, but we wouldn't actually tier down in picks. We would just sell the 101 outright to go out and get a better chance of competing this year. So I'm just going to say trade for Hall, and that's going to be a short game plan, but I'm actually going to outwork that game plan on the chalkboard, okay? So, for example, if we're going to sell the 101, then can we net a Devon Achane, Tetaroa McMillan? What is the outcomes? Devon Achane, Tet McMillan. Is that possible? That might be asking too much. But right now, you've got a player in Jeremiah Love who is a consensus. Let me show you. On Land League's real drafts, the real drafts that we've done here in the community, the 101 is on average, a top 14 pick in drafts. Oftentimes going ahead of the Lamar Jacksons and the Amon-Ra's and the Daniels and the Neighbors. So you need to treat it as such, right? So I'll answer your question in a second, Bacon, but I'll just get through this review here first. What do we think, guys? Give me some quick feedback. Do you think that's an outrageous offer for the 101? Like, is that asking too much? I don't want to do like Judkins. Okay, the way that we change this would be getting like a Goff, Judkins, Warren. You know, Jared Goff plus Judkins plus Tyler Warren. That would be, I think, how you stretch it out when you're not getting an elite asset. But, you know, if you made a move like that, that gives you the ability to move Jaden Daniels. It's not perfect. I honestly don't love this deal now that I look at it. Yeah, I actually don't think we should do that. Yeah, you've got to get the right value for the 101 or you don't sell it. Let's not compromise. Okay, let's keep looking. Ken Walker, Drake London. Ken Walker plus Drake London. I don't hate this. Is it possible? I don't know. That would be honestly perfect for you, my friend. If you could pull that off. And you have a first from, who is this first from? Packers Town. It's risky to sell that 27 first, but you might have to go all in. Anyway, that would be great for you, in my opinion. Let's keep looking. Okay, Javonte Williams, Justin Jefferson. I love that. Javonte Williams plus Justin Jefferson. I think that is perfect. And Javonte's acquirable right now. I am the highest on the flock site by far. I'm surprised how low people are on him. I am wondering if there's something wrong with me. What am I missing? I don't want to go the Taylor route. Can't get Gibbs. Aaron Jones is not worth anything. Not going to go Breece Hall. Obviously, I would do like an Ashton Genty, you know, just something simple. Like if you can get Ashton Genty plus RJ Harvey, for example, I mean, I would be willing to do that. Right? I have no problem between the 101 and Genty if you prefer one or the other, but if you can net a bigger return and you need depth, I'm fine with it. Would I do Michael Wilson here? No, but I would do Kyler Murray. Yes, so like Kyler Murray on top of this would be awesome because, again, then you can move Daniels if you wanted to or Lawrence if you wanted to, or at worst, you have a reliable quarterback 3. Okay. Might not have many more options beyond this. Yeah, I don't think there's a good fit there, unfortunately, for us. James Cook and Rashee Rice. James Cook and Rashee Rice. It's risky. It's risky. Maybe a little too risky. Yeah. I like those deals, though. Now, if you're not able to move off the 101, then you might have to explore. It sounds weird. I feel like Neighbors is easier to tear down from than Daniels. What do you guys think? Do you want to tear down? Let's do one more. Neighbors or Daniels tear down? I just feel like Neighbors is easier to tear down from what I've seen in the industry. I feel like Daniels is underrated. Neighbors is properly valued. What do y'all think? Okay, let's go Neighbors then. Okay, let's try Malik Neighbors, and let's just see what sort of tear downs there are. Okay, so if we were to tear down from Neighbors, Tetaroa and Quinshon Judkins, for example. Tet McMillan plus Quinshawn Judkins, right? My text to convert, it doesn't always work, but it's very helpful. That would be awesome. That would be a great return for you. How about a... I don't think you can do Garrett Wilson, Ken Walker. Chris Olave plus Chase Brown. That might be possible. And I think that fits your team needs for sure. I would much rather do this same trade, but with London, obviously. I'm just trying to be realistic if I can. I was thinking like, look, best case scenario is you get something like Garrett Wilson plus Ken Walker, right? But that's probably not realistic. If you wanted Ken Walker, it would probably have to be Ken Walker plus A.J. Brown. And I'm not obsessed with that, but that is probably what it would have to be. But this guy right here, Team 2, really good fit for you. Really good fit in my opinion. Okay, let's keep looking. Lad JT. I don't hate Lad JT. I just don't really want to invest there if possible. Okay, could we turn Neighbors into a Buka Higgins? Probably. I don't know. I don't know if I like that. Might not be many other options here. Yeah. Pickens Waddle is interesting, but I don't love it. Okay. So those are a couple of options, Waka. Obviously, look, your first year in Dynasty, don't be too harsh on yourself. I think you may have made a couple mistakes here, not owning your own future and not having a team that's good enough to really even roll out a starting lineup of good players. You never really want to go and send your future first-round picks if you don't even have you're not able to fill out your starting lineup with reliable starters, right? That's a difficult position to put yourself into. But I think all these ideas are going to be helpful for you. They would all fit where I would like this team to go. And I hope that's helpful, man. Remember, because you became an annual Mother Flocker member, and I need to remind people more about this because I think some people may forget. But remember, because you became an annual Mother Flocker member, not only do you get the team playbook, you also get those 6 trade question vouchers. All right? So the whole intention behind me doing that, guys, was I wanted to cover every base for you guys when you became a member. You want to be a part of a league? Great. Guaranteed spot in a LAN league. You want to get a team review? Great. The War Room. The Playbook. You want me to go over a game plan for your rookie draft? Great. The War Room. You want to come back after and ask more questions? The trade hotline, right, with the 6 vouchers. I wanted to cover every single base I possibly could to make sure your membership was the best it could possibly be. Okay, let's go to Boom Roasted here, who became a member yesterday, and they are going to be a part of the Kratos League. They are one of those people who are going to be locked and loaded in the Kratos League. Again, I think we have 4 spots remaining as of right now. Let me double check. Yes, 4 spots remaining for any new members in that league that drafts with myself on Monday. But Bacon did ask a question. He said, from your video today, do you think there is an explanation for why the 102 is historically always a miss? It's weird. It's weird, guys. I don't know if you saw my video today, but we did talk about historical hit rates and specifically looking at rookie draft picks, not just NFL draft, but rookie draft picks. And you will notice that the 102 has been dreadful lately. And we've been very big components of tiering down within tiers. And I've been saying that all year with the 102. Just a 17% hit rate of superstar status and 33% of star status. It's weird. This is Superflex format, but if you go back and you look at it, I believe it is names like N'Keal Harry, We've got N'Keal Harry there. I think Clyde Edwards-Helaire is there. Let me go look at the actual latest research. Hold on. I can tell you all the names. Where is the HTML? Okay. Thank you. Okay, so the 101 has been N'Keal Harry, Clyde Edwards-Helaire, Trey Lance, Anthony Richardson, Marvin Harrison Jr., and Drake London. Thank God for Drake London, right? But look, I don't think there's a lot of like actionable advice here outside of what I said, which is like tear down from the 102 so you can have someone else make the decision for you. Really, that's the advice, right? The point is, historically, we're very good at recognizing if the 101 is going to be good. We're not good at recognizing the 102. So have someone else make that decision for you, right? It's kind of funny, but it's just that's the way it's worked out in Superflex formats. Let me try and tag our dev team here and see if I can get any updates. Okay, let's jump to boom, roasted. Boom, roasted. Okay. So our team name is Sinister Stripes. First off, let me know if you're in the chat, Sinister Stripes, Boom Roasted rather, and I appreciate you supporting the show and being a member. You're in a Superflex Start 12. That is a Depth is King lineup. We don't see those type of lineups very often. So this will be a fun one to break down. I personally think if you're going to be out there and playing in a 10-team league, you need to make the lineups a little bit larger than usual, right? So I like this idea of a start 12. Everyone's teams are naturally better. You know, add a little bit more of a competitive edge by making the lineups a little bit bigger. Okay, so, and he is here. That's awesome. What's up? All right. The scoring is like 10x, so just try to see it as taking a digit away. Basically, 10-man start 12, 6-point passing touchdown, 1.75 tight end premium. Running backs get 1 point per first down, and there are bonuses for big passing games, big rushing games, and big receiving games. So this kind of sounds like, I remember when I first started playing fantasy football back in like, geez, I'm going to age myself here. I think it was like 03 or 04 or 05. I think it was like the ESPN NFL apps. I remember when they introduced bonuses, and me and my friends were like, let's just put a bonus on everything. Okay, the guy breathes, he gets a bonus. And that kind of seems a little bit like what your league, you just love points, right? And there's no wrong way to play fantasy, that's for sure. Okay, you've got a good amount of draft capital in this draft. We can definitely make that work. And my gosh, brother, what an absolute squad we have concocted here. What a absolute badass squad. Okay. So, in a, what were we rocking with here again? I'm trying to remember. I said a star 12. So, it's, you know, a lot of positions to account for, but I think you're able to account for them. We're starting Drake May, Joe Burrow, Genty, Henderson, Chase, Neighbors, Bowers. And then we are flexing T-Mac, Ladd, Judkins, Loveland. And then we are about 2 flexes short, actually. 1 to 2 flexes short there. But you have the 103, the 203. Like this team. Absolutely ready to compete. I can't call you with Thanos. Jeez, you're close, though. I think that running back room is just not mature enough. You know, just to give you a reference there, Boom Roasted. I've only given the Thanos tag to less than 1% of all team reviews ever. You're so close. So close. I am going to call you a really strong contender, and I will give you an A grade. Fantastic team. You are on the precipice. Really, well and truly. You of being a Thanos. But right now, we will call you a contender. You're a strong contender. And it's a really, really good squad that you've put together there. Untouchables, meaning guys you don't really want to move. You've got a lot of them, man. Drake May, to start off with. I would add, obviously, Ashton Genty. Ashton has not reached the peak of his powers by far yet. Jamar Chase, we can add there. We can add Brock Bowers. You could obviously add Malik Neighbors as well. I can only put 4 players on the playbook for you, though. You know it's a good team when you're like, hey, man, sorry, I can only fit so many untouchables. You know what? I think WG's, you've made a fair point there. You've made a fair assessment. Maybe we should add one more. I think you've made a fair assessment there. And isn't Juggernaut an X-Man? X-Men, yeah. So we could have fun with that. You know what? Hey Siri, in 3 hours, remind me to add the Juggernaut pathway. That's a good idea, WG. I like that. Because there are a lot of teams that, you know, are so close, but they're just right outside the doorstep. And I think that's a good addition. Okay. As far as holds on this team, we all know I love this guy. Jonathan Brooks, I think, is well worth holding. I think he could end up as a starter to end the year there in Carolina if he can stay healthy. Travis Hunter, not worth selling. Just I would rather wait and see what happens and sell him for what he's worth in the market. If you want to drop players, please. Why are so many people rostering Jalen Polk? Someone tell me. Why? And you're not alone in this, by the way, Boom Roasted. It's almost every league I see, he's rostered, and I can't wrap my head around it. I don't really understand. I'd be fine to drop him personally. I'd also be fine to, drop Noah Gray. I just don't feel like we're ever going to see a tight end really take over. Look, I definitely think Jordan James is worth rostering. He is the clear number 2 handcuff. I'd rather roster him over those 2 names that we just mentioned. And I would also say George Halani is worth rostering over those 2 names that we just mentioned. Okay. Waiting for waivers to open? Okay, great. I hope that that's helpful then with the waiver ideas. Okay, let's jump into the war room here before we go to the chalkboard. And let's just think this through. At the 103, could you add another really young player? Absolutely, Boom Roasted. I feel like I keep saying Boom Roasted after I'm saying something, but I'm just saying your username. Absolutely, Boom Roasted. Like, why do I keep feeling I'm roasting you? No, I'm not roasting you. That's just your username. Look, you're going to want one of those big 3 wide receivers here. Okay? That is Tate, Tyson, Lemon. If you're going to stick and pick, that's what you get. I would advocate, I would rather use that 103 on a veteran wide receiver or even a veteran running back. Your running back room is very young. I would like, as I'm competing, to maybe just get a more guaranteed body in that room. And honestly, at the 203, it's really the same exact game plan for me. Yes, you could go out and draft a player with the 203. I can't tell you exactly what that player would be at this point. Just go best player available. When I put BPA, that means best player available. You can go to my rankings on the site. When the draft ends, you can look at the rookie report and you'll know exactly, when you're on the clock, what player I would take if I was you. Sorry. Okay. Now, let's actually look at that 103, 203, and let's come up with some ideas. Okay, so what do we say? We've got 103. We've got the 203. And let's start at the 103. At this range, I want James Cook. I think he would be the perfect fit for you. At this rate, I want Jonathan Taylor. I think he would be a perfect fit for you. I'm not even opposed to a Ken Walker. I just need maybe to figure out exactly what that deal would look like. Shoot, I mean, can we combine... this wouldn't happen in my league, but would it happen in your league? Can you combine the 103 and the 203 and go out there and get a Devon A-Chain? You know, is that possible? A-Chan? I was hoping if I said it like that, my voice coder would pick it up, but that's probably the range there. If you're going to go receiver, I prefer to go running back, but if you're going to go to receiver, those are the only running backs I'd be willing to pay up for, by the way. But if you're going to go receiver, in this range, we have George Pickens, which could make sense. In this range, we have Chris Olave. Let me make sure I know who you have. I'm trying to remember. Yes, okay, Chris Olave. In this range, Garrett Wilson, right? You can decide whether you just want to keep building with that youth or get one of these proven names. I would say you could also look at, like, in this range, Nico Collins, right? Drake London's going to be too expensive. So is Tetairoa McMillan. That's that range there that you'd be looking at, I would say. At the 203, we are wanting like a Derrick Henry. We are wanting a DeAndre Swift, right? At the running back spot. At wide receiver, this is the perfect range for Mike Evans. If you can't get Mike Evans, can you get Devontae Adams? Those guys might be too expensive, but it's worth asking the question. Man, I could you imagine this team? Let's just say James Cook. That feels very possible. Let's say James Cook and Mike Evans. Jeez, think about that lineup. It'd be May, Burrow, Cook, Genty, Chase, Neighbors, Bowers, and then you're flexing Tetairoa, Ladd, Mike Evans, Judkins, and Loveland with Hunter on the bench, Brooks on the bench, Willis on the bench. Hopefully you pick up George Helani. That would be my ideal outcome for you. Oh my gosh, look at this guy's running back room. You got some big dogs up top. I knew you were going to have some little dogs down below. Look at this guy trying to get scraps from the table. What happened? Let me know if you got any questions, Boom Roasted. I want to hear from you. A lot more straight up trades with this one. And let me tell you the reason why. You don't have the depth to tier up, which is why we're not doing all these 2-for-1s, 3-for-1s, whatever. And I think you've got the assets to do 1-for-1s where you can fill that depth, and I don't want to get rid of the quality players. Hammers win leagues in a 10-team league. So that's why I was doing more straight-up values on the chalkboard, but I want to hear from you. What questions do you have? Is there anything that I didn't answer? Fantastic team. I'm a little bit jealous of the team that you've put together there. And I definitely see a lot of championships in your future. Boom says, makes sense. Another running back would help for sure. Yeah. You know, we want Henderson and Judkins to be nice surprises, not guys that we're actively banking our championship on. I really think my number one goal would be getting a running back here. Last thing I'll do is look at the Walker team. We said we were going to do that. And let me know if you have any final questions there. But, okay, yeah. So this guy, what a weird team this guy has. Okay, so, like, can we get Walker and Devontae Adams? And then go ahead and guarantee, give him the 203? Like, that deal makes a ton of sense. That seems very fair in the market. I don't think you're asking too much of him. I love a Goff Willis swap instead, but yeah. Willis is a fine QB3 this year. I'm not that desperate to move off of it. I'm not 100% opposed. I'm just thinking this through. Can we get from Travis Hunter to Egbuka? No, we can't. Let's not pretend we can. So yes, those are my favorite options for your team, my friend. Appreciate you being here, hanging out with me. Let me know if you got any final questions here before I move on to the next team. And really appreciate you, showing some love to the show. Honestly, it means a lot more than you know. And while I'm waiting on that, if you guys want to get a team review, there are 3 different options on the Flock Fantasy website. If you become an annual Mother Flocker member with the code LAND, you'll get a voucher, which you can, by default, is Tier 1. But then you can upgrade to Tier 2 or Tier 3 if you'd like. If you're a member of a different promo code, you can buy either of these options just a la carte, right? So yeah, appreciate you, Boom Roasted. He says, thanks for the review. Looking forward to the Kratos League. I'm excited to have you there, my friend. By this time tomorrow, we'll be completely filled up. So if there's any brand new members that want to get in, now's the time to sign up. Let me know if you guys have any questions. Okay, Chris. Let's go, Chris B. I'm just seeing if I have any update from the dev team. Bacon, yes, it is Superflex. Most of my research is going to be Superflex ADP. Yeah, I play primarily in Superflex formats. Okay, Chris. Let me just double check. We don't have any priority passes or anything here. Okay, good. All right. Chris B009 is in the building. And let me know if you're in the YouTube chat while I'm doing this, by the way. Team name is the Foot Clan, which I can only imagine is a fantasy footballers thing. And, a lot of people have heard me say this before, but I'll say it again. Fantasy footballers were my biggest inspiration. They really were the one podcast or show or whatever you want to say that I followed religiously. I mean, before Tags passed away, and obviously RIP and nothing but respect and love to him and his family, there was an era where Fantasy Pros was really my jam. Like, they had great chemistry, but man, they've just have shuffled way too much talent. For me, that's why I really, that's when I found the footballers, and man, I just love those guys, love their relationships and their chemistry together. But the site has you ranked 8th at quarterback, 6th at running back, 5th at receiver, and 6th at tight end. You've got the 103 and then a 3rd and a 4th round pick. So definitely got some movement that we can make in our rookie drafts, which we will consider that for your chalkboard. Sorry, war room. I don't know why I said chalkboard. Okay. Imagine like the Foot Clan is just, you have that name for a completely different reason, and you're like, what? Who are the footballers? Okay. Oh, this must be you, Chris. Tyler says he's known Chris for 20 years. Wait, do Tyler and Chris really know each other? And this is you, Chris? I mean, this is awesome. All right, let's have a look then. Looking for advice on moves to make. I snuck into the playoffs last year out of a rebuild, but lost in the first round. So far this offseason, I traded Jonathan Taylor and the 207 for Chase Brown and Scatterboo. Honestly, I don't hate that move. Like, you're taking risk on with Scat for sure. Also traded the 107 for Fannin. I'm indifferent on that with it being a no tight end premium league. I don't think it's bad value by any means. I think it's probably just equivalent what he's worth. But let's have a look at the team. So in a 1 quarterback start 8, this is a small league. Small lineup, sorry, is what I meant to say. Small lineup that we're working with here. Okay, so we are starting Dart, then Henderson, Chase Brown, T-Mac, Egbuka, Fannin. And then we can only start 2 more names, which I believe would be between Cam and Alec Pierce. On the bench, you would have, you know, Pittman, Monangai, Brandon Ayuk, hoping that he kind of turns into something. I can understand why you would have that question. I'm going to go ahead and put that idea on your chalkboard. What was it? You said the 103 for Chris Olave, right? That's the idea that you had. We'll explore that here in a second. Because I don't know. I'm not opposed to that, actually. I'm not opposed to it. Let's talk it through. Okay. I definitely think you can make the playoffs with a team like this. You are relying on a lot of young players. You know what I mean? Like, you're relying on Travion. You're relying on Cam to keep the job. You're relying on T-Mac, Egbuka, Fannin to all continue and progress. So there is still enough risk to have some slight concerns here. To me, this is a good team. I think you're a sleeper right now in your league. Well, a couple moves and we could be right there as a contender. And I would give you probably a B as a grade as of today. Untouchables. Don't take this the wrong way, but you don't have any untouchables. There are no players on your team that, you know, I'm not moving. You know, if the right price is there, all these guys are available. Players that I would hold Jonathan Brooks. We've talked about that a lot this year, but he's definitely a name that I want to keep on my rosters. I would hold Brandon Ayuk. I would hold Jack Besh, hoping that they finally utilize him with Fernando Mendoza in town. And I also would hold Malik Washington. Almost a guarantee that the Dolphins draft a wide receiver. I'd be shocked if they don't, but still worth a hold. If you need to drop someone, my friend, in a 1 quarterback league, Tua Tagovailoa can be dropped. Okay? You can let go of him. Yeah, I mean, obviously there's not a lot of good quarterbacks on the waiver wire, but I don't know. You've already got 3 quarterbacks that are better than him. I don't think you can trade him for anything. If you can, obviously try. It's hard to trade him for anything in a super flex league. Yeah. Okay. And if you wanted to drop someone else, I probably would move on from, I'm going to say like Kareem Hunt. I would move on from. He's not currently signed to a team. If he does, it'll just be a depth piece and you can pick him back off the waiver wire. He's not like going to be some hot name. On the waiver wire itself, not many names I'm that attracted to. So we'll focus less on the waiver wire and we will focus more on those rookie picks and how we're going to utilize them properly. Okay, just want to make sure I've covered my bases. Let's go ahead and jump into said war room. So you've got that 103. And you're at a position where if you want to go all in, you're probably not going to stick and pick here. If you do stick and pick, you're going to get one of the big 3 wide receivers, right? It's going to be either Tate, Tyson, or Lemon. And they would be a great addition to your team, honestly. Like, they really would. If either of them are in a position where they could break out year 1, then that's great. It's pointless me telling you who the 307 or 407 might be. I don't know at this point of the offseason. Now, if you trade that pick, then ideally you want to trade for vet. I would probably say vet wide receiver or running back, either of them. You just want to give yourselves a little bit more flexibility in your flex spot, right? So if you can add either one of those positions, then I would be open to it. With these late picks, if you can trade for future picks, then I would be willing to do that. That's probably only going to happen when you're on the clock, right? Just basically kicking the can down the road, knowing that you're doing it in a better class. That would be the main reason that you would try that. But of course, it's going to be hard to do in this class more than any other class, in my opinion. Okay, but with that in mind, let's go into the chalkboard and really break down what you can net in return for that 103. You already mentioned that you have an offer on the table where you send the 103 away for Chris Olave. Let's think that through. If you make that trade, you're starting Dart, Henderson, Brown, T-Mac, Olave, Fannin. Then you're flexing Egbuka and Cam Scatterboo. And let me tell you something, like, if you were to tell me that Cam absolutely is keeping his job in New York, that would be an awesome starting lineup. I mean, you'd have Alec Pierce and Pittman and Monongai all on your bench. I would like that a lot. I would say, personally, Chris, I think you need to wait until the draft. Now, why do I say that? I say that because if the Giants actually do draft Jeremiah Love, which would be worst case scenario, then you need to distribute that pick for a running back, right? So if Love is a Giant, then I'm not going to say like you have the flexibility. You have to get a running back there. So it has to be a James Cook. You know, we actually talked about this with the previous team, but it's the same idea, right? James Cook, Jonathan Taylor, Ken Walker, right? Those are the type of names that you would have to acquire, because you can't go into your season if Jeremiah Love is a Giant and only have Chase Brown and Travion Henderson. That's just not enough flexibility, in my opinion. So I'm fine to do this trade, though, to grab Chris Olave. We know he's going to be the number one, obviously, on his own team. We've seen him put up big numbers. Tyler Shuck looks like a really good player. So I have no problem with you doing that. That's right in that range of equivalent names. I mean, you could think about it two ways, right? I mean, if you hold the pick and the draft happens, you have the flexibility to trade for what you need. If you hold the pick and the draft happens and all these players go to terrible situations, for example, let's play worst case scenario. Jordan Tyson goes to the Panthers, Mekhi Lemon to the Jets, Carnell Tate to, the Ravens. Think about that world. Then you're probably not getting Chris Olave anymore. So there is a little bit of a balance there. But I like Chris Olave. I like a George Pickens for a team like this. He would be a great addition. You've already got Egbuka, right? You've already got Egbuka. I was going to say he might be a good addition too. So that's right in the range. Nico Collins is in that range too. I have no problem with that at all. Like, I have no qualms against you spending that pick on Olave. I think it would be smart to wait until the draft. That way if you've actually got Cam Scatterboo who you can rely on or not. Does that make sense? That would be my only pushback. Now, is there anybody at all in your league that needs a quarterback? Anybody at all that could desperately use a Dak Prescott? Probably not, unfortunately, in a one quarterback league. This guy, the worst team has Lamar Jackson. Okay, the Stroud team. Could you send away Dak Prescott for Mike Evans? Ooh, that would be awesome. Let's go ahead and start up here. Dak Prescott for Mike Evans. That would be perfect for you. And then if you're able to pull that off, then you might as well just look at trading the 103 for a running back anyway. You know what I mean? So imagine your team with Dart, and let's say you add James Cook. You go Dart, James Cook, Chase Brown, T-Mac, Egbuka, Fannin, Mike Evans, and then you can decide if you want to flex Travion Henderson, Scattaboo, Alec Pierce. I personally really love like this combo here. Chris says, Stroud owner's a huge Giants fan, hoping to trade him Jackson and Cam for the 101. Ooh, brother. That would be awesome. So you're saying Jackson Dart plus Cam Scattaboo. Right. That would be sick. Because really, Dak Prescott is more than enough in a one quarterback format. You've got Ward who could break out. And then you don't even have to worry about the Scattaboo stuff. I mean, your starting lineup then would be Dak. Okay, imagine you pulled all three of these off, though. Let's just play best case scenario here. This would be cool. Imagine this team, y'all. Okay. Well, you can't... Sorry, I'm an idiot. You can't actually do all three of those because you need to keep one of Dak or Dart. But either way, even if you were able to pull this Dart move off, you can still add another running back. So in this world, it would be Dak, Jeremiah Love, Chase Brown, right? And then we add maybe a JT, James Cook, or an Olave in that scenario. I like that plan a lot. If you can pull that off, Chris, I would definitely do it. You could also... I mean, how could you make it more enticing for him? Who has the 101? Who has the 101? Oh, I can actually search for that now, right? Great. So, oh, he's got Mike Evans. Could you add your 27-second and grab Mike Evans back? That would be so cool. That would be awesome. Yeah. I like that plan. Okay, here's how I'll break it down. And again, let me know if you have any questions, Chris, because we're coming to the close here. My number one goal would be pulling off that 101 deal. If that deal is possible, I personally believe, and I'd rather get Evans on it, but if that deal is possible, I personally believe you should probably trade that 103 for a receiver like Chris Olave. And you can do all that before the draft if you're able to pull it off. If it's not possible, wait until the draft. Still trade Dak for Mike Evans if you can. Wait until the draft. And then if Scattaboo keeps his job, you can trade this for one of these receivers. If he doesn't, you can trade it for one of these running backs. That would be my official game plan for you, Chris. Let me know if you got any questions. If there's anything I didn't answer well enough, I would love to hear from you. Is Rye Kelly in the chat still? I see his message. Just want to see if he's here. But I see you, Rye Kelly. He says, Zach, new member to the Flock community and want in the Kratos League. I entered the drawing. Let's see if I can find you on the back end here. Okay, Rye Kelly. Your Flock name, Rye 42nd. Let me just double check we got you there. Did you, oh yeah, I think you became a member just today, right? Like while we were live. I think I remember that. Yeah, Rye, awesome. So I think that means we have 3 spots guaranteed left for that league now. Is that right, Rye? Yeah, I think you became a member, what was that, like 10 minutes ago? Awesome, dude. I'm going to go ahead and lock you into this league. Before I forget, you've got a guaranteed spot in the Kratos League, which I think that means 3 spots remaining. Let me tell Kamish as well. Be expecting a DM on Discord within the next 24 hours, Rye, from our commissioner in the Kratos League. But yeah, I believe, if I'm not mistaken, that leaves 3 remaining spots in the Kratos League. We'll be drafting on Monday night. Real draft, real league. I'll be a part of it. And I'm excited for it, man. High stakes, $150 buy-in. Please DM me if you guys got any questions. It is getting to the point where, you know, I can't really guarantee spots anymore. Like, there could very realistically be a scenario where 3 people sign up tonight, right? There could be a scenario where no one signs up, and then I'm live tomorrow and people are like, oh, there's 3 spots left. Let me sign up. There could be a scenario where we do the drawing for all the remaining members who are active already, right? I can't promise anything. All I can promise is the first 3 people who sign up guaranteed get spots into that league. So just want to be super clear. But Chris says, thanks for the advice. Looking forward to the Kratos League. I'm happy to have you in the Kratos League, my friend. You're going to be joining Ryan. Actually, a couple of y'all today. Yeah, I mean, even Boom Roasted, I think, is in the Kratos League. So we've got quite a few Kratos League members who are getting their team review today, which you love to see. Maybe I should be scouting. Maybe I should be more intentional, like scouting out the competition or something here. I haven't really thought about it in that light. Okay, we did have a trade question that came through just now. And that trade question is from Uneasy Allies, excuse me. It's a super flex 10-team start 10, no premium on tight end. And in this world, I send away Jefferson in a second for Marvin and Achane. Okay, the way I break this one down personally is the best asset in this deal is probably Justin Jefferson. However, him and Devon Achane will probably score close to the same amount of points in the next couple of weeks, right? Or in the next couple of years. So I'm not calling them like a draw, but you'll find if you pulled 100 leagues, 68% of them are going to take Jefferson, 40% are going to take Achane. I'm just saying, like, it's close between that second and Jefferson and Devon Achane. So when I look at it, what I trade basically is what I'm asking myself. What I trade Woody Marks for Marvin Harrison. I know that's the way I break it down in my head. Very quickly, my answer is absolutely yes. I'll take the Achane and Marvin Harrison side of this deal. I think that's a good buy low on Marvin. You're getting at a good price point, and I don't think there's really that much risk with a trade like that, personally. So, yeah. Okay. Rye says, yeah, man, been watching for a while and figured it's time. Excited to be a part of it. I appreciate you. By the way, a lot of new members today. One thing I want to let you guys know is, like, you know, we talk often about, like, the trade question vouchers, the leagues, and the playbook, the war room. At the bottom there, number 8, Discord exclusives. I really want you guys to take full advantage of the Discord exclusives that we've got over there with the LAN membership. If you haven't synced your membership yet on the Flock Fantasy site with Discord, you can go to Flock Fantasy, go to your My Account section. There's a sync Discord button. And there's just a couple features there in Discord that I personally really love. For example, we have a channel called The Call, and it basically allows you to call into the show. Kind of like if you've ever watched like old radio shows, you can call into the show. I can hear you ask a question. We can start a conversation, have a topic about it. Obviously, you've got the LAN Leagues tab that you unlock. You unlock the Dynasty tabs, the Trade HQ, which our entire community can see. Just want to make sure that you guys get the most bang for your buck when you become a member, right? Okay, let's jump into the next review. I'm just going to make sure we don't have any update from the devs yet on Dan's review. No one has replied. Okay, so let's jump to the next one. Shane. Is Shane in the building? Mr. Anderson, another person, longtime supporter, multi-year renewals here. I appreciate you supporting the LAN channel, my dude. This is a Superflex Start 10, so that is our standard middle ground, very, very common format. You are currently ranked, you say we're cooked, you're ranked 5th. Okay, I think this is the India League. I think I'm a part of this league. Isn't this my India roster? Let me double check here. India, Herbert. Yeah, I think this is my India roster. Yeah, I hate this team of mine. It's funny because this is probably my least favorite team. Yeah, in any league. It's not that it's like a terrible team or anything. But this is definitely my least favorite team in any league. Okay. Maybe we can cook something up here. It is way too hot to be having this door closed. 1 second. Okay. After 3 years of team playbooks for my home league, I finally won the chip. Love it. He says, now I need to fix another team that I'm on the fence about tearing down or competing. I wasn't sure if I should choose this league since you're in it, but maybe it'll open doors for me if the guys see it. Much love. You know what? I am going to go ahead and let that league know. I don't know. Maybe it'll be fun. I'm going to let them know. I am reviewing Shane's team right now on stream. If anyone wants to get, I'll just say it like this. If anyone wants to get on the trade action. Okay. This might be fun. Okay, let's go ahead and cook it up here. Shane Anderson. Okay. So your team name is We're Cooked. You're currently ranked 5th. You have the 106, 109, 20. Right outside that top 5. In our league is very sharp. So I am going to take into account the people in our league. It's a sharp league. You know. Hey, Shooty's here as well. Shooty, what's your team name in this one? Big Dog Dynasty says he's in Cancun, Mexico. So he's ready to make trades. He's on the right timeline now. I think Big Dog is in Australia like me. Okay. We are going to have a look at your squad here in 1 second. I'm just setting up your war room. And we are officially set up. All right, let's dive in, Shane. Let's dive in. The website has you ranked 4th at quarterback, 5th at running back, 6th at receiver, and 5th at tight end. What is that noise? Sorry. Okay, I thought I could leave the door open, but my dog is going crazy downstairs. Okay. So we are starting in this league. Lamar Stroud, Achan Kyron, Drake Kraft, then Nico, Pierce. I'm not counting right. Jackson Stroud, Achan Kyron, London Collins Kraft. Okay, that's your 7. And this is where your problem is, isn't it? We have 3 flexes in this league. And don't know where those 3 flexes really come from for you, right? That's your current predicament. Alec Pierce would be 1. I guess we're hoping Parker Washington is 1. I do think I should rank Parker Washington higher than this. He's just a difficult guy to project, in my opinion. I don't know. I feel like I'm the only one, but I find him really hard to project. Okay. Let's put Parker probably up right there by Wandale. Okay. So I think Parker, Jalen in an ideal world. Look, you're not far off. It would be a shame for me to say, like, to tear this down, you know? To have Lamar, Achan, London, Collins, Kraft, that's a really good core. What I would love to do is, in this league, trade those picks for veterans and probably try to compete. So, overall team grade as of today, I'd say, I don't know, I feel like B flat is probably fair. Wouldn't say you're a favorite by any means, but I would probably say that you're a sleeper in this league. There's a couple moves you can make to point yourself a little bit further into that direction of a contender. Your untouchables on this team would be Lamar Jackson. He's probably the one untouchable. Devon Achane is close. Players I would hold on in this league would be Jalen McMillan, Parker Washington. Or you could just sell me Jalen McMillan. All right, and I'll give you a 4th round pick. Right now, it's a deal. Okay, jokes aside. Easy drops. If you need to drop somebody in this league, like personally, if Jonnu Smith was on the waiver wire, I'm not picking him up. So I think you can drop him. Maybe someone in our league does pick him up. I probably wouldn't pick up Keon Coleman. I definitely wouldn't pick up Kareem Hunt if he was on the waiver wire. So those are 2 names that you can confidently move on from if you like. However, our waiver wire is going to be pretty naked. Yeah. So I'm going to go ahead and say there's not really any waiver wire player I'd purposefully pick up, if that's the right way to say it. So look, he's here. What's up? What's up, Shane? Okay. If you were to stick and pick at that 106 to the 109, it really is the same group of players. Here's the difficult part for you is Sadiq right now is probably consensus 106. I think that might change after the draft though. But you're looking at a world where you're most likely going to add 2 of these names. So you definitely don't need a tight end. You're probably going to be getting like a Cooper, Concepcion, Cooper, Boston. Maybe we throw in like a Jadarian Price here. Maybe a Jonah Coleman. It's hard to say exactly how the draft will pan out. Beyond that, I can't tell you who the best player available will be. If I were you, I would much rather trade those late picks for vet flexes. Now, I am aware that the state of our leagues is going to be not for everybody. Like, look, it's not a crazy thing for me to say that our leagues view a lot of the things that I say similarly. Well, basically what I'm trying to say is I have talked for like a year and a half about how the 26 class sucks. Okay? So trying to sell these late first in our league is probably harder than even the average league. Because, you know, we all know my opinions on it, and most of the people watch the content. That's what I'm trying to say. Does that make sense? That makes sense. So it'll be harder to trade those late firsts this in your league than the typical league. However, I still want to try, and we can still see if there's any deals out there that might make sense. So you've got the 106, 109. Those are really your main players. Okay. Let's think this through. Who is clearly rebuilding? Who's a team that's got a lot of capital? Typically, there's always one in our leagues. I would say Reb. This is Reb. Could you send him the 106 and the 109 for Egbuka Wilson? Probably not, but what if you combined those? Emeka Egbuka plus Michael Wilson. I'm just wondering, like, Michael Wilson, that's probably not possible. You're going to have to add more to make a deal like that work. And I would say, at minimum, you know, your 27 second. And your, what was that late second you had, the 209? That's probably going to have to be what you got to do even to get into the building. Unlikely. But the reason I say it's possible is because he's clearly rebuilding, and I bet you he would love to sell Michael Wilson for a first-round pick. That's where it might be intriguing for him. Okay. This is perfect. We have Javonte Williams here and A.J. Brown. Depends on, I believe this is big dog, but I would love, again, if we're combining those picks to get an outcome of Javonte Williams plus A.J. Brown. That would be perfect. That'd be perfect for what you need. I'm a big Javonte Williams guy. I can't promise you that, big dog would do this, but it's a deal that makes sense. And the vast majority of consensus is low on Javonte Williams compared to me. So I'm just saying it might be possible. You could potentially trade for Zay Flowers from this team because they're very clearly focused on the future. Could you get a... I don't really want to go like Tootin' Flowers, but I wouldn't mind buying... Flowers. You know, how cheap can you get them? Can you get Flowers for the 106 or the 109? Zay Flowers. Not a bad flex option for you. You might want to wait until after the draft, because if the Ravens don't draft someone, I would send the 106. If they do, we need to have a different conversation. This guy's all in, obviously. So is CD. This is my team. Could we make a trade? I mean, look. I hate this team. I honestly hate this team. But I don't feel like I should give up on it. You could sell me a tight end. What if we did a... What if we did a Isaiah Likely deal? Let me think this through. I don't really like Kincaid or Ferguson. Isaiah Likely has proven less. Okay, I know exactly what I would offer you. I know exactly what I would offer you if I was doing a deal. So you would send me Isaiah Likely and the 209. Isaiah Likely plus the 209. I would give you back the 206 and 306. 206 plus 306. What do we think, guys? I might be cheaping out on you here. No, that's not worth it for you. Let's try again. Really, look, the simple solution here is you sending me Isaiah Likely for the 206. I don't know if I love that. I don't know if I love that. How do I make this work? How do I make this work? Ding 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 ding. Yeah, I think that's probably the deal that makes the most sense for us. I was trying to get creative there, but I don't think there's a creative deal out there for us outside of like you moving on from Isaiah Likely. This, for me, it gives me a tight end I can stream. Certainly doesn't fix the position entirely for me. And for you, it gives you the 206. And then you can use that 206 to ideally shop for a veteran presence. Right? That would be the idea there. So if you can shop for a veteran running back, J.K. Dobbins, Tyler Algier, David Montgomery, veteran wide receiver, that would be how we would make a deal work. God, I hate this team of mine. Here's the thing. I hate this team, but I think it can make the playoffs. So I'm probably, like, I was trying to decide in my head if I was willing to send you Josh Jacobs. But I don't think I am. Like, in this league, I can still start Herbert, Love, Henderson, Jacobs, Olave, Wilson. I'll figure out tight end. And then I'm flexing a Dunze, Williams, Waddle. I think I would still remain competitive and see what happens in season. I don't think I'd be a huge seller right now. But look, maybe that helps you. Maybe that's a win-win for us. But unfortunately, I'm not going to be much more helpful than that with my team. Sucks to suck. Have we got anything here? They're clearly in. They don't have their first next year, so I doubt they'd be willing to make a trade with you. Risk it for DeBrisket. Another team that doesn't have their first. Man, they're in a tough spot here. They can't really afford to tear down either. Okay. This is Shooty, by the way. Perpetual rebuild. This is Shooty. Man, Shooty. Shooty, would you do the 106 and the 109 for Brian Thomas and RJ Harvey? Brian Thomas plus RJ Harvey. Look, here's the deal. Harvey is impossible to sell. So that we're giving you an out on Harvey here. That gives Shane an RB3, and obviously it improves his wide receiver room. If he made that deal and sold likely for the 206, he's really starting to cook. It also gives you pretty much guaranteed Jeremiah Smith if you make a move like that. I mean, look at that team. My God. And then Shooty. I'm kind of like thinking for myself as well. Shooty, would you send me Terry McLaurin and Jawan Johnson if I sent you the 206 and the 306? And then Shooty, you basically like you're completely guaranteed the Jeremiah Smith at the 101 there. That's an option. Look, it's an option. No pressure, but I think those are your main options. Look at the 106. Let me just put some names that I'd love to get. I'd love to get, Javonte Williams. I'd love to get a Saquon. Those would be great fits for you. At the 109, I'd say Josh Jacobs. I'm probably not going to sell him to you right now. At the 109, I have Jalen Waddle. I'm not going to give you Jalen Waddle. DJ Moore could be a great fit for you there. Tyler says, what can I add to Harvey to get the 106? You're not getting the 106 without Brian Thomas. Quite frankly, my friend, I don't think you would get the 109 for RJ Harvey. And I'm just being honest, Tyler. I've got Harvey in a lot of leagues. And even in 2026, there is not a soul offering me a first-round pick for him. So that's why I was saying, like, this idea helps you get off of RJ Harvey. And honestly, if I were Shane, I'd be willing to throw in my 27-second to make this work if it was something that you wanted to do. Clearly, Shane is buying 2 players that have a ton of question marks. RJ Harvey with a healthy J.K. Dobbins. What is he going to be worth? Will his value increase? Will they give him more work? With Brian Thomas, can he reclaim, what he did in his rookie season, or is it just going to be a huge split between all those bodies in Jacksonville? And then obviously you're taking on risks that they won't, or that they won't return to that level. But I would send you right now, and this is not, we can talk about this offline, but if you did this deal with Shane, and then I turn around and I send you the 206 and the 306 for Terry and Juwan Johnson, you now have a roster that is completely naked. You would add 4 rookies this year. You'd have an extra second next year on top of the 2 first. You're guaranteed to get Jeremiah Love. If you want to completely tank and hit the bottom, this is your pathway to do it. And it's not often in one moment you can align 2 deals like this and make it work. But those would be the main ideas I'd have for Shane. Shane, let me know if you have a question. He says, glad I can make you guys, help you guys make a deal. I still think there's enough, Shane, for you to compete. I think there's enough for you to compete. You have flexibility in season, Shane. Like if you go in season and you're like, you know what, there's not enough, I can't compete, and you draft these rookies in 2026, then you have the flexibility to pivot and move more towards a punt. But I don't see any reason not to go out there and try and win right now. Let me know if you have any final questions there, my friend. That's okay, Tyler. No stress. Understandable. But yeah, that was fun. I always like looking at our leagues where everyone's kind of here together. It's always fun. Okay. Waiting on Shane. Let me know if he has any final questions there. But while I'm waiting on him, I'm just going to set up a couple more playbooks. He says, appreciate you. No worries, my friend. I hope it was helpful. At minimum, at least entertaining. Okay, so we've got 753. And then we've got 754. Okay. Cool. Okay, let's jump into our next one here. Appreciate you, Shane. Yeah, I got you. Hit me up. Okay. H. Schnively is next. Do we have Schnively in the chat? Can I get a hey-o from H. Schnively in the building? I've seen this name before, and I think it's funny. Jacks on, jacks off. I mean, it's quality. I'm good with it. You're currently ranked 4th in this league. This is is this really a super flex 10-team start 9? Is that right? I want to make sure I'm reading this right. Is that right, Schnively? Because that is a small starting lineup in a small league. We're going to be really focused on hammers if that's the case. Let me know. Okay. He says, appreciate you. Anywhere you suggest. He didn't say appreciate. He said at the bottom. Okay. A little bit of dyslexia there. I don't have dyslexia. I'm not going to be little. All right. I don't know what it's like. Okay. Anywhere you suggest to upgrade. How many times can I cancel myself on today's stream? How many times? Good Lord. Okay. He says, anywhere you suggest to upgrade or downgrade at. Trading Pearsall for 28 first. And a first for Olave soon. League is moving to tight end premium this season and 0.5 next offseason. Fab hadn't been set up properly by the first-time commish, but is opening this upcoming week. So Willis is still on waivers. Okay. Good to know. So, we do have some draft capital, but it's not really significant, Schnively. So I will look at that more on the chalkboard than rather like the war room. But let's have a look. So Superflex start 9. So we're going to start Burrow, Murray, Gibbs, Kyron, JSN, Adunze, Bowers. And then we can only start 2 more names. Adams, Evans, or Henry, point is you're going to have one of Henry and Evans on your bench, or Evans, as well as Pearsall. Okay. Not bad, not bad. Okay, so I'm just writing down that you mentioned you are looking to trade Ricky Pearsall plus a 28 first for Chris Olave. Is that right? I think that's the deal that you were looking to pull off. We'll talk about that in a second. Okay. Not a bad team. Don't have a ton of depth, but you really don't need it in a format like this. So that's good. I mean, the combo of Burrow, Gibbs, JSN, Bowers alone, like the whole tops here is enough to call you a contender. You know, I think you're definitely a very strong contender in a small format like this. Overall team grade as of today, I would probably lean. I'm gonna lean like a B plus. I'd say B plus. You're not in A status yet. You know, quarterback 2 could use a little love. You know, the receiver room has a lot of veterans, but I wish there was another stud outside of JSN. And you really don't have much draft capital at all, so that's something that impacted your grade. Untouchables on this team. We've got JSN, Jahmyr Gibbs. You could also put Brock Bowers if you wanted, and I would have no problem with that. Is there a tight end premium in this league? I'm trying to remember. There is no tight end premium, but it's moving to premium this season. Okay, of 0.25. As far as holds on this team, players that I would like to hold at this present moment. Honestly, dude, you don't have many that I would like target as strong holds. Kyler Murray, you know, it technically qualifies. Yeah, there's not many other holds I'm obsessed with here. Rico Dowdle, just because I want to see what his role would be with Mike McCarthy in town. Players you can drop. Rashid Shaheed. Is really the main guy. I mean, if you needed, and I mean needed to drop another name. Dang. Probably like Isaiah Davis, I think. On the waiver wire, is there anyone worth picking up? Yes, and you mentioned this. Oh, your waiver wire is stacked. Okay. We want Malik Willis. For sure, please. Let's go get Malik Willis. What does it cost? Grab him. We like Chigakonkwo, Chris Rodriguez, Jalen Knoll. I mean, but you even got like Dylan Sampson on the waiver wire. You've got Tank Bigsby, Keaton Mitchell. This is a nice waiver wire, man. Gunnar Helm. Plenty of good options to go out there and pick up. So please do so. Make sure that you take advantage of it. Okay, we're going to go straight to the chalkboard with this one. And we will talk about your 203 and your 209, is it? That's what you've got? Yeah, the 209. And I apologize because I did call you a contender, which you are, but you're actually more windows open than you are a true contender, just because even if a bunch of injuries occur, you need to take advantage of this window. You do not benefit from your team being bad if things go sideways, right? Yeah, it does look loaded with the small league. Okay, so currently you are considering a trade just went down in the Atlas League. What trade was it? Who was traded away in the Atlas League today? Oh my gosh, it's a huge trade. Whoa. Holy hell. Y'all got to check this out. Sorry, Schnively. Is it okay if I show people this trade? Wow. Jonathan Taylor, Malik Neighbors are traded away for the 101 and 2 firsts. Yeah, the 110 as well. Sheesh. My God, that's a huge trade. I think the way I view it is the 101 and Neighbors are equivalent. So it's a pretty penny for JT. That's probably the top of the line you'd get back for JT. But Dragon, which I think this is Simon here. Yeah, I think this is you, right? This is you. You're going to be a big competitor for me in this draft. Damn, son. All right, I got competition. Sorry, Schnively. Okay, let's get back on track here. Okay. So, we want hammers. What I would like to do, you're going to turn your 28 first and Ricky Pearsall into Chris Olave. I don't mind it, honestly. I don't mind that deal. What I would like to know is if we could upgrade from a Dunze. If you're going to use your 28 first, a Dunze can still become a really good asset, but I'm just wondering if, like... So, let's just hypothetically think this through, right? No problem with you going the Roma Dunze route. I'm just wondering... Ricky Pearsall route. I'm just wondering if you're going to use that 28 first, can you get into the Amon-Ra St. Brown range? Will that get you to... I mean, could you get Malik Neighbors for something like this? Could you get Justin Jefferson plus something back small in return? And then you've got the Jefferson Kyler Murray stack. Naturally. They've got that 103. Yeah, no, you're not going to be able to trade for that, obviously, but... Could you move Addison? Oh, yeah. I mean, he's got Jefferson and Addison, so that might be possible. Could you get Alec Pierce back, and that's how you move Ricky Pearsall? Right? If you want to get rid of Ricky Pearsall, and we want to get hammers, can we make a move like that? Right? That could make some sense for you. But overall, I like this idea a lot, getting Chris Olave, right? That makes you a stronger team, no doubt about it. You've got enough depth at running back. You've got Brock Bowers. It's really just the margins that you're changing, trying to give yourselves a higher chance of winning. But that would give you a lineup of Burrow, Murray, Gibbs, Kyron, JSN, Olave, Bowers, and then you're flexing a Dunze, Adams or Evans, Henry. So it definitely gives you more flex options. But I'm just wondering, we've already got a lot of flex options. Can we go out there and get a Jefferson? If not, then we can't, and that's fine. But I like the Olave move. Okay. The only other thing I would say is, you could look at quarterback 2 a little more seriously. Because if Kyler doesn't work out, you're a little bit in a difficult position. So if you're going to use that 28 first, can you go out there and grab Jared Goff, for example? Sorry, I'm realizing you have Malik Willis on the waivers too. So if you can guarantee Malik Willis and you don't really need to look at quarterback, that's enough. But if you're not able to grab him, the Jared Goffs of the world, the Dak Prescott of the world, those type of names could make a lot of sense for you. At the 203, can you do a different upgrade off of Ricky Pearsall? So can we do Ricky Pearsall plus 203? Well, you've already got the 203 here. Like, what could that net you back in return? It's not going to be a huge return, but can we turn Ricky into, we'll say like Jalen Waddle, something like that. Didn't spell that right at all. Can you turn that into Devonta Smith or AJ Brown? AJ Brown. I think that could work as well. I would highly encourage you with these picks, the 203 and the 209. If you can use them to get deals over the line, that's the ideal way to use them because you don't really need more depth. Snively. So I don't think you need to touch your running back room. One last thing I'll say here is if you can go and do Derrick Henry plus the 203. All right. If you're able to do this and get to Javonte Williams, you're kind of just future-proofing yourself a little bit. If not Javonte Williams, Saquon Barkley. If not Saquon Barkley, Christian McCaffrey. Right? What is the level of player there that you can get to where when Derrick Henry inevitably falls off, you kind of safeguard yourself a little bit? So that would be, I mean, could you do that for Bucky Irving? How high can you actually go there? Those would be the main ideas that I would have. But honestly, I'm fine with the Olave deal. I prefer to get like the Neighbors, Amon-Ra, Jefferson, because again, the Hammers win this league. Sorry, it's so hot in my room right now, so I just can't. I gotta open the door up. But yeah, let me know if you got any final questions, Snively. I hope that was helpful. And I appreciate you big time being here and supporting the show. Let me see if there's any final questions from him, but we are going to go to Captain Chronic next. And let me just set this up while I wait to hear from Snively, make sure he is good to go. He says, appreciate it, man. No worries. Appreciate you. Thanks for being here with us and supporting the show. Okay, let's go Captain Chronic next here. Team name is Captain Chronic. Just consistent branding across the board. I can respect it. He's in a Superflex start 12 or start 10. Sorry, 12 team start 10. How long have I been streaming now? How long have we been going? We're closing in on 4 hours, I think. Are we? I actually don't know. Anyway. Okay. Captain Chronic is in the building. What's up, Mike? Okay, Captain, you're currently ranked 7th. Captain Fun. Has anybody watched Jury Room, the new version of Jury Room? Or Jury Duty, excuse me. It's definitely worth a watch, I think. Pretty interesting. All right. Let's jump into Captain Chronic's team. Like we said, a Superflex start 10. That is a pretty consistent format we see. Now, the website currently has you ranked 10th at quarterback, 1st at running back, 8th at receiver, and 12th at tight end. You said, huge fan of your team reviews and the attention to detail. I just took over this orphan in a big money Empire League. If someone wins 3 times in a row, it's over. That's funny. I have seen, most of the Empires I've seen is 2 times in a row. Because, or maybe it's called something, I can't remember. But 3 is almost impossible to accomplish. And this will be the third season coming up. I've been trying to down tier from Bijan for Genty, Hampton 101, but no luck so far. Okay. Captain Chronic. We have the 104 and a couple other 2026 picks. We don't have our 27 first. So that is an important detail we need to keep in mind. And that instantly puts me in a Windows open mindset. Without that pick, without your own first and 27, there's not a single reason not to compete and give it your all. You're not going to benefit from whoever has that pick, right? So there's just no reason not to go out there and try and win it right now. But that does put you in a tough spot because you're going to be kind of forced to make some moves that you might be a little uncomfortable with. So let's have a look. We are starting Justin Herbert. We have no quarterback too. Not ideal. Not ideal. Is there anyone on the waiver wire? No quarterback on the waiver wire. Damn, son. Okay. Justin Herbert, no quarterback too. Bijan, Walker, Neighbors. I mean, you are praying that Keenan Allen comes back looking at this receiver room, my friend. And we have no tight end either. We would be flexing Brees, RJ Harvey, and Algier for now. Okay. We have the 104, 204, 207, 212. How active is your league, Mike? How active is your league? Yeah, you're in a tough spot. I've got to be honest here. This is a tough spot. Not a spot that you can't get out of and compete this year. But you've got to compete this year. You've got no 27 first. You know, there's no reason to be focused on having the youngest team and, you know, and then giving someone else a really good draft pick, right? I would give your team grade as of today. It's weird because you've got good players, you know, Bijan, Walker, Neighbors, but there's just so many deficiencies. And the lack of capital. I am always trying to be as transparent as possible. I think this is a C team. I think this is a rougher one. Not that it's a bad team, but you're just the position that the team is in is quite difficult. So I think it's important to be transparent with this type of stuff. You're untouchables. This is the best part of your team. You know, you've got Bijan Robinson. You've got Malik Neighbors. These are the players that, you know, are really the pillars of your roster. Players that you should hold? Well, certainly Justin Fields, right? I mean, hoping that he starts for a good portion of the year. That might help you out a little bit. Jack Besh. And not because he's your wide receiver too, because I actually genuinely like Jack Besh. Those are your main holds. Easy drops. I mean, you've got plenty of easy drops, my friend. Donovan Edwards. I don't personally believe it needs to be rostered at this point. I would say the same thing about Tyrod Taylor. I don't think he needs to be rostered at this point. Wow, Tyrod's almost 37. That's shocking. I can't believe that. I would be comfortable to drop Rashawn Johnson. If he was going to make an impact in the league, I think it would have happened by now. I don't mind dropping Greg Dortch if you need to. You know, just giving you plenty of names that you can drop because you've got a lot of draft picks and you might not be able to trade all of them. On the waiver wire, it's quite naked, unfortunately. Helani is interesting just as a speculative ad. You know, you're not banking on him to be anything for you, but really more of a speculative ad than anything else. We will jump into the war room here in a second. I'm just going to read your comments. He says, don't have to pay for league until 2029. Okay, that's good. I just took over this team, so not too sure how active, but trading has been tough so far. It's a project. Okay. Okay, so we're on the same page. you're not unaware of what you're stepping into. Here's the thing. You don't have to pay until 2029. That's great. However, that would just make me more aggressive personally. You know? I would just be like, all right, it's free money. Why not? Why not throw what I have at this league to compete right now? So at the 104, you could get one of those big 3 wide receivers. But my friend, you might actually need to be a Mendoza team. Honestly, I can't look at wide receiver 2 Jack Besh and quarterback 2 Anthony Richardson and say you have to go one way or the other. Either way, if you're going to draft a player here, it's going to be one of the receivers we love or Mendoza. They're both in that same tier for me. And quite frankly, my friend, they are both huge needs of your roster. Like massive, massive needs. The 204 to the 207. In that range this year, depending on draft capital, you're probably in this kind of range where I want to make sure I get all the players that, like, you know, this is kind of this range right now, like Surratt, Bernard, Simpson, Antonio Williams, Claiborne, Branch. There's a huge tier, but there's some players that we like enough. Beyond that, I can't tell you who the best player available will be yet, but you can take the BPA in my rankings. At the 104, now so you've tried to tear down off of Bijan and Neighbors, is that right? And just no luck? I almost feel like you have to, dude. I feel like someone tell me I'm insane by saying this. I feel like you have to tear off of both. I think you got to tear off of both. Tried Bijan in a second for JJ. Oh, thank God. That's an undersell. Okay, look, if you can't sell them, you can't sell them. But at the 104, if you weren't going to draft, then we would trade for a wide receiver or quarterback. And I would say the same thing with these late seconds. I know that sounds weird, but I will show you what I mean by that because I have a specific plan in mind when I say that. So, again, the main picks that we've got here, the 104, the 204. Let's just call the 204 and the 207 together. 212. Okay. So those are your main picks. We do have Bijan Robinson. We do have Malik Neighbors. Okay. Let's go and let's dive in here. And let's really get to the nitty-gritty of this review. And Mike says, tried Harvey for Shuck but he wanted Brees instead. You got some stingy people in the building here, don't you? Okay. First off, I'm just going to put a little note here, but like, do not trade these players unless you get the proper value, right? That is the Bijan Robinsons and the Malik Neighbors. If you can't get the proper value, okay, you tried your best, go out there and try and compete, but do not trade them just to trade them. At the 104, this is a spot where I would want a Brock Purdy, Jackson Dart. It sounds impossible, but it's in that range. If not those names, I think Trevor Lawrence, I think Bo Nix, those type of players would be in that range for quarterback. It's quite fluid. Every league is going to view that a little bit differently, but that's that range for quarterback. For receiver, you're in another group, which we've talked about on previous reviews today, but this is your Chris Olave group. This is your George Pickens group. Pickens is going to be more expensive, most likely, but I don't want to exclude him. This is Nico Collins. Perfect for you would be Emeka Egbuka. Close, but no cigar. Let's try that. Let's just write that down. Fair enough. Voice to chat transmission. Those are the main names there. Now we could also look at sending the 104 for multiple names. So is there a team that's stacked at receiver? So I'm thinking Roma Dunze and Christian Watson. Roma Dunze plus Christian Watson. What do we think about this? Fuck. So close. You know, giving yourselves multiple bodies there. Then you've added a wide receiver 2 and 3. It's better. I mean, maybe you can even ask for George Kittle in this deal. Honestly, adding George Kittle would be awesome. And then you could send back, how many seconds do you have, dude? I mean, the 204. You know what I mean? That would be a really, really good deal for you, in my opinion. Let's keep looking, though. Okay. Zay Flowers and Brian Thomas, right? Zay Flowers plus Brian Thomas. And then you send back your 204. Again, trying to go more the depth approach with some of these. Luther Burden, Mike Evans, right? Like Luther Burden plus Mike Evans. If not that deal, then Luther Burden plus hold on. This would actually be Lad McConkey plus Mike Evans. I know you want to stay young, but also there's some veterans that can help you try and compete right now too out there. Wouldn't do AJ Waddle or anything like that. You know, I was going to say, who has Kyler Murray? Okay, this is a long shot. But what about Kyler, Javonte, and Devontae Adams? What do we think, guys? Kyler Murray plus Javonte Williams plus Devontae Adams. Close. I'm spelling that wrong, I know. So with one pick, you're not getting the elite player you want, but you fix quarterback 2, you add a flex, and you add a receiver. And then maybe you could flip Ken Walker for a receiver. That should be relatively easy to do. So, not in love with it, but that is like a break glass scenario. Okay. Let's keep looking. 104, 104, 104, 104. I'm not going to get Pickens and a plus. Don't want Alec Pierce. Yeah, okay. Those would be the main ideas I would have for the pick. Holy shit, that's a lot of ideas. 204 to the 207. You don't really need running back here, so this would be Mike Evans, right? This would be Devontae Adams. And more importantly, this is where you could go cheap at quarterback and you could ask for Malik Willis. I think the 104 is certainly worth that in certain leagues. Sure. I mean, a lot of people are saying they don't want Javonte Williams for the 105, 6, 7 prices. I see him priced on KTC as the 108. On Flock Fantasy, he's a consensus RB19, and I have my RB9. Kyler Murray, Devontae Adams, these are 2 players that people are wanting to trade for premium players. So certainly in the right league, it's possible. But again, not all these trades are... I never do a team review and tell you guys who are watching, hey, I promise you every single trade I'm going to say today is possible. It's all about sparking ideas and getting you into conversations. I think we're certainly doing that for sure here, Captain Chronic. Okay. Okay, if you're going to trade Bijan, this is the price you need back in return, I'll tell you. Let's go Bijan and Neighbors. Let's look at both at the same time. If you're going to trade Neighbors, we need like a London. I would need like a London. Probably a Dunze. Drake London plus Rome Odunze. That's the Neighbors deal, though. And again, if you can't get these prices, that's fine. Just hold on to the player. Amarion Marvin is close. Amarion Zay. Amarion Hampton plus Marvin Harrison. Right? That's close. It's not perfect. I honestly wouldn't do that. That's not enough for Bijan. I'm not going to try and sell him short just so we can accomplish something here. I would need... Yeah. I don't like that. I don't like that. It's not a good fit. For Neighbors, can you get Nico Collins? No, I don't like it. Don't like it. I was going to say like Loveland Lamb for Bijan. Is that crazy? If you did Loveland Lamb for Bijan, you'd still have Walker Brees. Not in love with it. There's not really a lot of fits for tear downs, to be honest. The Ginty guy has virtually nothing to offer you. I would do Ginty and Purdy. That would actually be perfect. Ashton Ginty plus Brock Purdy. And then if you can't get that straight up, you've got plenty of seconds. So do you need to send back the 207? Do you need to send back the 207 and the 212? Right? So I think that's my favorite one of the night, though. Getting Brock Purdy and Ashton Ginty. That would be clutch. You're good, Bacon. No stress. I just like to clarify. I mean, there's a lot of people who come into the streams and they're like, this isn't possible. My league would never do this. But, you know, it would be impossible for me to say all these trades are possible, you know. So I just like to clarify with people. Our goal is the brainstorming part of it. But Mike says, I tried Ginty and Stroud and he said no. He wasn't willing to give you Stroud and Ginty for Bijan Robinson. Then you might need to use the 104 in your seconds to fill out the rest of this roster. Do not undersell Bijan. Do not undersell Neighbors. If the deals aren't out there, be patient. Remember, it doesn't matter what your roster looks like in April. It matters what it looks like in September. But let me know if you have any final questions here, Mike. I appreciate you and your support and becoming a member today. Yeah, but again, don't want to sound like a broken record. Just honestly, these people are being hella disrespectful with that. In a way, the guy kind of saved you. There's no way you should have traded Bijan Robinson for Ginty and Stroud. I'm so glad that didn't happen. That is an undersell of Bijan for sure. So in a way, they actually saved you by being hella disrespectful. But yeah.
Mike says, I feel like I got to build this team via the draft and hold Bijan, KW, Brees. I think you need to be flexible, but you need to have the mindset of competing and just let the deals come to you. Yeah. I appreciate you big time. No worries, man. Thanks for letting me look at the squad. You will get your playbook here within the next 3 to 4 business days. Kate's going to be churning them out. So definitely be on the lookout on the My Reviews tab on the Flock Fantasy site. Okay. Okay. Oh, I'm in a dream state. Okay. Let's jump into Staplers. Staplers, are you in the building? Are you here, Staplers? My gosh, we've been going for a minute today, haven't we? What is this? Is this hour 4 are we about to be in? We're getting close. Okay, Staplers is in the building. You'd love to see it. Let me know if you have any questions as I look through the team. Wow, is this really a start 7, my friend? That is the smallest lineup that we see here, start 7s. So we are going to be focused on the hammers. All heavy hitters for a league like this. Your team is ranked first. And we will have a look here in 1 second. You added some context. Let's read that. You said, hey, man, I'm looking to contend this year, but I have been getting some offers for JSN. The first 4 picks, 101 to the 104, are lotto picks, so I currently have no certainty if I get love or not. I need some help on what to do. Thanks for all you do. Also, would you give up JSN for? So I just want to clarify. Am I correct in saying that this is a 1 quarterback start 7? Is that correct? I have the right format? If so, we are not moving Jackson Smith and Jigba. I mean, let's just start there. We're not moving Jackson Smith and Jigba. We want the hammers of all hammers as much as we can in a league like this. Depth is so insignificant, it really doesn't matter. So think about it. You're starting Jalen Hurts, Bijan, Walker, JSN, Jefferson, Loveland, and then you have one single spot right now, my dude. Like, you have one spot to fill in your flex, and you can fill it with Judkins, Adunze, Waddle, Alec Pierce, Harold Fannin. You've already got too much depth, and you've already got so much draft capital. So there is not a chance I'm selling JSN, because I would be wanting to grab as many of those hammers like JSN on this team as I can possibly get my hands on. So yeah, I just no way I'm gonna be, yeah, I'm not selling JSN. Not available, off the table. I want to win leagues. I need hammers, and JSN's a hammer, right? I mean, truly, like, that's, I know it sounds simple, but that's honestly how I would view it. Of course people are going to want him. He's in a league like this. Honestly, my dude, like, he's probably, if you were to do a startup draft, Bijan and JSN might be the first and second names off the board in your format. They likely would be, if not top 3. So, okay, let's get this off straight away. Okay, you are a strong contender. You probably would be if we had the juggernaut status available. You would be a juggernaut. And you are 100% an A team. This is a fantastic squad. I can't quite give you Thanos. Just Thanos is have like those number ones across the board. You know, it's got your Josh Allen's at quarterback, your Brock Bowers, Trey McBride's at tight end. Loveland's close, but I'm giving it respect, but also trying to be fair to the Thanos tag. Okay, your untouchables. Starting with Bijan Robinson, JSN. Those are your main. You could add Jefferson to that. You could add Loveland to that. As far as holds, this is funny because I don't like I'd sell a lot of these names, but Chris Rodriguez, I'd like to see what his role is there. And if you get the 101, I'm going to call it a hold because you shouldn't sell it unless you get Jahmyr Gibbs. Easy drops. There are no easy drops on this team. You could drop Cam Ward if you wanted and Aaron Jones, but there's no easy drops. On the waiver wire, there's a ton of interesting names. Oh my gosh, yeah, your waiver wire is stacked. But I wouldn't drop any of these guys that you have to make these moves. Like, I'll just note Isaiah Likely is one I really like on the waiver wire. Okay. So at any point let me know if you want to jump in or disagree with what I say. Happy to have a conversation. But let's go to the war room. I know you said you can't guarantee that you're going to get Jeremiah Love, but assuming you do, I mean, it's a lottery, but you have a 75% chance, is the way I'm taking it, of getting the 101. Obviously, if you do, you had Jeremiah Love. I mean, holy hell. Guys, imagine this roster with Jeremiah Love along with Bijan Robinson. My God. At the 102 to the 104, let's add the 104 here. Okay, come on. This is the same range, right? So you're going for one of the big three wide receivers. But, dude, you don't need that. You just don't need it. We'll talk about this in a second. I mean, what's the best you could get here at the 109? Boston, Concepcion. I'm going to spell that wrong, sorry. Cooper. It's going to be one of those names. The only way you trade the 101 if you get it is to get Jahmyr Gibbs. Otherwise, you keep the hammer. You only move a hammer for a hammer. And honestly, I would use in tier up packages. I would use the 102 and the 104 to try and tier up across the board, and the 109. Like, truthfully, I don't think outside of the 101, if I got it, I would keep any other draft picks. Not that you have to do what I would do, but I would just try and get as many hammers as I possibly can. So let's assume, again, you have the 102. What was it? The 101. Well, we're not going to look at the 101. Sorry, let me go back to the 2 and 4, right? It's going to be somewhere in that range. You also have the 109. Is the 109 locked in? Staplers, let me know. So, can I upgrade from Rome Odunze? Can I upgrade from Jalen Waddle? Can I upgrade from... Shoot. I don't think you need to upgrade tight end. Good Lord. Can I upgrade from Jalen Hurts? That's what I would like to find out. How many hammers can we get across the board? So, this is just insane. It's like an embarrassment of riches that you've got. Should I trade to get the 103 and definitely get Love? I'd wait to see the... I'd wait to see how the lotto goes. It sounds like you have a very high chance if you have the 101. Like, you have 3 of those 4 picks, right? So it'd be just terribly unlucky if you don't get the 101. But think about it. Even if you make that trade now or later, you can still go trade for that pick later on. I mean, what would you trade for it? I just think you'll have that flexibility later on. But sure, I mean, I don't really know what to call it. Like, what do we call it? The 103. So, look, if you can send Roma Dunze, if you can send Roma Dunze for the 103, and you added, the 109 on top, like you could afford to do that if you wanted. Then you control, your destiny there. It's a little bit of an overpay maybe, but you control your destiny entirely. You know that you'll have the 101, and then you can use those other picks to make moves later on. So you can do something like that. Obviously, we would rather do that with Jalen Waddle, but sure, that's a possibility. Maybe you could do the same idea for a Judkins. You can afford that. So those are a couple ideas. But let's think this through. Where do we want to upgrade? Can we tack on Roma Dunze plus the 102? And the 109. Can we get a Jamar Chase? Can we get a Puka Nacua? Do we even need to add the 109 for Nacua with what's currently going on with his stuff that people are worried about off the field? I'm not worried about it, but dude, imagine JSN, Jefferson, and Chase or Puka. Just ridiculous. I'm assuming you're automatically going to add Jeremiah Love here. Can we take Jalen Hurts and the 104 and upgrade to Josh Allen? What was Puka just traded for, out of curiosity? What was he just traded for? Can we go a smaller upgrade and go Jalen Hurts plus the 109? I put Josh Hurts. Jalen Hurts plus the 109. I'm just wondering, like, can we get to a Jaden Daniels, for example? That would be pretty awesome, actually. Gosh, imagine you did this and then you came back and got Chase, and maybe you have to use, a different pick for that. Oh my gosh, that would be awesome. Imagine a lineup of Jaden Daniels, Bijan, Jeremiah Love, JSN Chase, Loveland, and then you're flexing Justin Jefferson. Insane. Still so much depth. Could you package like Jalen Hurts plus Jalen Waddle for Jaden Daniels? Oh, shoot. Okay, so the trade was DJ Moore plus Warren plus 227 first, 28 first, 28 second for Puka and a 28 second. Okay, so let's remove the 27 first. So it's DJ Warren, a first, DJ Warren and 2 firsts for Puka. Okay. That's not all that far off when you look at what the 102 guarantees people. Yeah. Okay. Interesting per se. Okay. Let's see. Are there any teams that could use like a tier down from a stud? The guy who has Jaden Daniels is perfect. He already has Joe Burrow. And he's got terrible depth. Let's go give him Jalen Hurts, the 109. Go give him Jalen Hurts and Jalen Waddle. I mean, why would you say no to that if you were him? What does it take? I mean, obviously we don't want to go crazy and just do something stupid, but He is perfect. You could do the same thing for Lamar Jackson. Lamar Jackson. Same thing. We already talked about Josh Allen. Could you get an Amon-Ra on the team? How about Roma Dunze plus the 104? Could you do that for an Amon-Ra St. Brown? That would be awesome. I mean, really, it's just like across the board, what does it take? So, dude, you are, I think, if you use these assets right, you are very quickly going to become a Thanos in this league. We're shooting for the tops of the tops of the tops. Yeah. Studs across the board is what we want, man. Let me know if you have any questions or if there's anything I didn't answer well enough. But to be clear, there's not a scenario, Staplers, where you're trading away Bijan, where you're trading away Justin Jefferson, JSN. The only way you're trading Colson Loveland is if it's for Bowers or McBride, right? There is like this. It's the smallest possible league. You already have way too much depth. You've got a bunch of future picks coming in. So that's how I would handle the team. But yeah, please let me know if you got any questions. If there's anything that I hadn't had a chance to answer, let me know. Those are the type of teams that you dream about. Honestly, I think in your position, you would have been a little, it sounds weird, but maybe in a better position if it was like a start 9, because you already have so much good depth. But yeah, that's how I would address it. No worries, Staplers. I appreciate you. Okay, this might be the last review of the day from Mills. What's up, Mills? General Mills in the building. And for Dan, I'm sorry, dude. I still have not gotten a response from our dev team. I'm hoping they respond to me. But I'll be live tomorrow. So I still have one more night tomorrow night doing team reviews and hanging out. We'll do the announcement for the drawing for the Kratos League as well. Mill says, ignore my voice call. I thought I saw I am taking calls. Don't worry, man. I'll listen in. Of course, at any time you guys can call into the show. So no need to say sorry, brother. Okay, let's have a look, Mills. You are always on brand as well with your team names. They stay the same as your username. It's a Superflex Start 10. Superflex Start 10. And you are currently ranked 3rd. You're typically ranked pretty high in your leagues. You like to see it. Mills is ranked 9th at quarterback, 12th. Oof, okay. This is maybe more of a rebuilder. Okay. Let's, he says, left you a voicemail, not much else to say other than YOLO. Okay. Let's have a listen in. Let's see what Mills left us here today on the voicemail. Let's listen.
Zach, I'm going to send in a team review, and it's a domain follower league. So
okay.
Don't kill me. But I went into it with a heavy rebuild in mind. I wanted to zig when everybody was zagging on this draft class just to see what'll.
Sorry,
Zach,
you guys might not have been able to hear. Let me.
We're going to send in a team review, and it's a domain follower league. So don't kill me. But I went into it with a heavy rebuild in mind. I wanted to zig when everybody was zagging on this draft class just to see what'll happen. So curious to see what you think and how crazy I am.
Okay, first off, never have to apologize for being a part of Domain in any way, shape, or form, or getting a review or anything. They do great work. We do great work here at Land. Our communities are very much crossed over, intertwined. I can't tell you the amount of people that support both of us. It's actually surprising how many people have multiple accounts supporting both of us. I love it. I love how intertwined and supportive the site is for both of our communities. I love it a lot. So let's jump in. He said he was zigging when everybody else was zagging. And holy hell, do we have a lot of 2026 picks. And maybe this is why you were like, hey, you know, go easy on me. I know you don't like the 26 class, but let's see what's possible. I mean, look, to be fair, you've got 1, 2, 3, 4 picks in the top 5. I have very publicly said I like the top 5 this year. And then outside of that, no, I would say the 106, 7, 9. I'm not really obsessed with you having. But it could be worse. It could be worse, honestly. Like, you still have impactful picks that will matter and that will make a difference. So, yeah, that's okay. Sometimes you got to zig when everyone's zagging. That's right. And that can end up to you having some very unique teams. Doesn't always work. But sometimes you might be striking gold when no one else realized it was even available. Okay, so again, we're in a Superflex start 10, right? Superflex start 10. Okay, Superflex start 10. We are starting Nix, Kyler, Etienne, and Jeremiah Love. Alec Pierce. I guess 102, 103. Loveland. And, I mean, look, you've got a baseline, but this is very pick heavy. Very pick heavy. As of today, it's tough because you really don't have any untouchables outside of that 101. Look, I'll put Colston Loveland. He's the closest thing you have outside of that 101 as an untouchable. Players that I would hold on this team. Gunnar Helm and Keaton Mitchell. I want to see what he looks like in that offense with Glasses Boy. If you want to drop some names, which you're going to have to from the look of it, Torrey Horton you could drop if you have to. Cade Stover would be the first name I would drop there, actually. Again, if you have to, Will Howard. I'm not saying I'm gladly dropping these names, but you have a lot of picks. You're going to have to make some difficult decisions. And then waiver wire. Is there anything that's interesting? Ooh, yeah. Brother, your waiver wire is very interesting. Why is Chris Rodriguez even there? Why is Jordan James even there as well? Like, you know, Domain's a smart community. Why are those guys on the waiver wire? Waiver hasn't opened yet. Okay. Well, those are your top dogs. Tez Johnson's there as well. He's another name I would focus on. Okay. Look, it would be fun for me to sit here and say you're a 1-year punt. Ultimately, I don't want you to rebuild for more than 1 year. And that's probably why you were like, hey, you know, you might not like this, but you are a full rebuild for sure. It's just, I don't see how in 1 year's time you have all the pieces you need to compete. I could be wrong. Of course, the one thing you get an A+ on is draft capital. Okay, that's the one thing that you get an A+ on because you've got it in spades, my friend. You've got 1, 2, 3, 4 first-round picks in the top 5 this year. You've got 2 firsts in 2027. So you certainly have enough draft capital to, you know, put together a nice little squad. Okay, let's jump into the war room. Now, I think you absolutely have to draft Jeremiah Love. You don't have any hammers on this team. This would instantly be your number 1 hammer. You have to select him. If I were you, you already have 2 firsts in 2027. I'd probably prefer to take all the big 3 receivers here that I can get. But look, if it's Mendoza, I'm not upset about it. I'm not like panicking and trading the pick. You also could improve your quarterback room, right? At the 106 to the 109, and I guess a lot of the meat of this review is here in the war room. But that 106 to the 109, you're going to be, is it tight end premium? It probably is, right? It's probably, yeah, there's a tight end premium. Okay, so that's good. The 106 could really gain value. in the right scenario, that could be very helpful. So Sadiq is probably going to be there. I didn't give you a team grade yet, did I? No. You're banking on a lot to go right. That honesty is important. I think this is probably C plus. C plus. You got. I mean, those draft picks do not always hit. They do not always hit. Mike says I'm being too nice. But look, I mean, I'm not trying to discount. Okay, yeah. You know what? It is a D plus. All right, let's be real. All right, I love Mills. He's a longtime supporter, but I do need to be honest and transparent. Okay, obviously I couldn't tell you what the 4th round picks are going to be worth. You only trade the 101 for an absolute haul, and we can define what that looks like in the chalkboard. You know what? I don't want to trade the 101, but your team is so bad. No, you need a hammer. Okay, we'll look at it. The 102 to the... See, here's the thing. Like, we don't actually trade these picks. I'm just going to say, make the pick. Okay? You already laid your bed. Or made it. Now you lay in it. But if you can trade for 27 firsts, those late firsts, then it's definitely worth your time. Trade for 27 fourths or 28, and then it's worth your time. So, let's define, to be very clear, we are picking from the 102 to the 105. We're picking 3 players. We're just doing it. We're committing to it. However, if you were to trade the 101, what would it have to look like? What would it have to look like? What would you trade Bijan Robinson for and Jahmyr Gibbs for in their rookie years? It's going to have to be a very attractive trade. And if this is right out of a startup, it's probably not even possible. I don't think someone can offer it. But, for example, if you can get a Ashton Genty plus Luther Burden. I knew that wasn't going to work. And bear with me. That's not the final. We're going to have to give back our 109? No, where can you sneak it in? I like that because I know we're getting Genty, who I love to build around, and a receiver that we love to build around, and Luther Burden. That's actually 200 IQ for me. Okay. Is it right out of a startup? He says the startup was 2 months ago. I drafted a pretty solid team, but wanted to mess around. Okay. So a couple months ago we had the startup. Okay. Yeah, we're not a team that's going to trade for James Cook. You know, it just doesn't make sense for you. We're not opposed to a neighbors trade. Can you get a Malik Neighbors plus a 27 first, and you send back, again, your 109? Can you send back your 107? Right? That could also work. Let's keep looking. You're not going to go for Jefferson in this type of rebuild. We don't need the 104. This guy doesn't have enough young pieces to trade for. Don't see a deal here. Don't see a deal there. Don't see a deal there. Yeah. You're going to have to be selective, obviously, with who you make a trade with, given the state of your team. But you have Travis Etienne. Sorry, Travis Etienne, whatever. I'm not trying to be disrespectful. I just keep forgetting. And and Kyler Murray. Kyler Murray, you could trade in season. And honestly, both of these guys are better in season trades. Running backs are worth more in season, and Kyler Murray probably has a bounce back. Alec Pierce, I'm neither here nor there. I'm green eggs and ham on that. I don't care whether you keep him or lose him. But obviously with Travis Etienne, you know, a 2027 first would be awesome. Same for Kyler Murray. If you can't net that, then I think you just hold. I would also settle for a 2028 first for him. Same thing for Travis Etienne as well. As long as you're getting a first and it's not from a team that is just, you know, clearly far and moons and above, you know, everybody else in the league, then I'm willing to make a deal like that. Let's see. Is there any team that's wide receiver heavy, needs a running back? Could you get your hands on McMillan? So could you send Travis Etienne plus what, the 107 maybe? Could that get you Tet McMillan? That's an idea that you could try, but you know, in the offseason, and then you build around T-Mac instead. I don't mind an Igbuka idea either. But the guy already has good running back, so he's probably not going to do that. But those would be the main ideas that I have. Like, look, to be honest, once you commit to this type of build and you have an insane amount of draft picks, it's, you know, you kind of have already set yourself in a direction. There's not much creativity that we can pull beyond that. Let me know if you have any final questions, Mills. He says, guy in first rankings has been desperate to trade May Burden. Okay. Well, then that might work out well for you with the Burden idea. Like, can you actually get this done? That would be awesome. Yeah. Just trying to think of like what would be the lowest I would go. Probably here, 107. Don't really want to do that, but I'd be fine with it. Yeah, I'm indifferent. The problem is like, no, it's fine. That's fine. Yeah, Mills, let me know if you got any final questions there, my friend. I appreciate you big time showing some love to the stream. Always love our double agents, as it were. Mills is a double agent. Zom is a double agent. Guys that are supporting both domain and land. We love to see it. I appreciate you, Mills. Thanks for the love. Thanks for the support, my friend. All right, guys, that is going to be it for today. I will try and get an answer from the devs on Dan's team, and I will review it tomorrow. I can tell you, as of right now, the Kratos League, I believe we have 3 spots remaining. So the next 3 people, tomorrow night, it will be too late. Okay? This time tomorrow night, we will have already raffled off all the remaining spots, if there are any remaining spots. But there are 3 spots remaining for brand new land annual Mother Flocker members to get into the Kratos League. We draft on Monday, high stakes league. So, yeah. It is close to the final curtain call there on that. I appreciate you guys big time. I have been streaming so long. It is almost 2 p.m. and I have not eaten a single ounce of food. We are over 4 hours. I think we're almost 4.5 at this point, which is wild. But honestly, I'm grateful because that means you guys want to get the advice and you want to hear my opinions, and I really appreciate that. That's very humbling. I'll finish on Wild Oak Tree here. It says, what do you think about the potential value of value loss of taking limit at the 102 and 1 quarterback? I guess I don't understand the question. Like, I have Lemon and Tate right there as, you know, kind of 1A, 1B for the 102. So I guess I don't understand. because I'm fine with Lemon at the 102 if the draft goes a certain way, you know. Apologize, I may not have understood that properly. That's it, guys. I am dead. I'm going to get some food. Nothing but love. See you tomorrow. Doses.